So, if you don't mind, I would like to welcome everybody. Warigiji ka Khalsa, Warigiji ki Fateh. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the United Sikh Summit 2026. My name is Bhupinder Kaur, and I have the privilege of serving as the Director of Operations for United Sikhs here. And on behalf of the entire team, I want to say thank you. Thank you for choosing to be here and investing your time in yourselves and for believing that each of us has the ability to make a positive impact in the world. Over the past few weeks, I've had the opportunity to read through all of your applications, and I have to say personally that it was one of the most inspiring parts preparing for the summit. You all come from different countries, universities, different careers and walks of life, and that you're all trying to figure out what's next. And some are here are already lawyers, paralegals, or professionals looking for other ways to serve. And some are passionate about environmental sustainability or human rights or humanitarian aid or public policy or advocacy. But despite all of those different backgrounds, there was one thing that was almost a common in every application. It wasn't that, you didn't ask, like, what can I get? You asked, how can I help? So you told us that you wanted to understand how United Sikhs creates change. You wanted to meet mentors. You wanted to learn from people who have dedicated their lives to service. And you wanted to connect with other Sikhs from around the world who are using their education, careers, and voices to make a real difference. And I want you to know that is exactly why we are here. The summit isn't about having all the answers. It's about asking better questions and discovering opportunities that you may have never considered. It's about hearing the stories behind the work, the successes, the setbacks, and the lessons that never made it into a resume or a LinkedIn profile. So, over the next 5 days, you are going to hear from incredible leaders in law, humanitarian aid, government, advocacy, education, media, and public service. They've built remarkable careers, but more importantly, they've built lives around Seva. So I want to challenge each of you, don't just be a spectator. Ask the questions that you've been wondering about. Introduce yourself in the chat, please. Reach out to a speaker after their session and connect with someone here that you've never met before. These opportunities rarely come from just simple attending. They come from like engaging. So 5 years from now, I hope you won't remember this summit as just a PowerPoint slide or a panel discussion. I hope you'll remember that it's a week that you met a mentor who maybe changed your path, or you discovered a career you didn't know existed. And then even better is finding lifelong friends that you guys can connect with. So Guru Sahib teaches us that a life of purpose is one that is lived in service to others. So this you'll be able to hear speakers by the end of this summit. I hope that you'll begin discovering what your own path looks like. And we are so grateful that you are here. And we're incredibly excited to spend this entire week learning us alongside with you. So welcome to the United Sikhs Summit 2026. Let's get started. I would like to introduce first Wanda Sanchez Day, who is our Chief Legal Officer, and then we will continue with Gurpreet Singh, who is our Chief Executive Officer.
Thank you, Bhupinder.
Hi. Apologies for that. I had to put on a fan because it's pretty warm in here. It's hot outside for a change. Good morning, students, members of Congress, elected officials, distinguished faculty, panelists, partners, volunteers, students, and advocates. United Sikhs welcomes you to the 2026 United Sikh Summit and Advocacy and Humanitarian Aid Academy, which is our 16th this year. Before we begin our discussion, it is worth reflecting on who we are as an organization and why this work matters. United Sikhs was founded on the Sikh principle of seva, selfless service, and on the belief that every person deserves to live with dignity, equality, and protection of their fundamental human rights. Our mission is to transform those lives through humanitarian aid, advocacy, education, and empowerment, serving all people regardless of faith, race, nationality, or background. Whether responding to national disasters, advocating for civil and human rights, providing legal services, combating discrimination, supporting refugees and immigrants, or investing in the next generation of leaders, our work is guided by one simple principle: service without discrimination. We do not simply respond to crises. We help communities recover, rebuild, and become more resilient. We do not simply advocate for justice. We work to ensure that the laws protect everyone. And we do not simply educate. We equip individuals and communities with the knowledge and tools to advocate for themselves and for others. It is a privilege to once again open this year's summit and academy and to welcome such an accomplished group of leaders committed to advancing justice, protecting civil rights, and serving communities in need. As Chief Legal Officer, I spend much of my time thinking about governance, accountability, risk, and compliance. These responsibilities are essential because they ensure that our mission is carried out with integrity, but they are not the mission itself. The mission is the people. It is the families rebuilding after disaster. It is the truck driver navigating through federal regulations to support a family. It is the immigrant seeking legal protection. It is the employee facing discrimination. It is the community confronting hate. It is the volunteer showing up with food, supplies, legal assistance, or simply hope. I know I'm reading, but it's going to be recorded, so it's got to be recorded. As United Sikhs National Legal Director, I engage with everyone on these panels in a like-minded purpose to serve humanity. Law gives us a framework to protect rights. Advocacy gives us those rights of voice. Humanitarian service gives those principles meaning. That is why this academy matters. So thank you for being here. Over the next several days, we will examine issues that are defining this moment in our country and in our world. We will discuss the future of civil rights enforcement, religious liberty, immigration law. We will examine federal transportation regulations affecting commercial drivers, employment discrimination, and emerging state laws that impact vulnerable communities. We'll explore how advocacy shapes public policy and how grassroots organizing strengthens democracy. We'll hear from leaders working to combat hate crimes and protect constitutional rights. Our humanitarian sessions will remind us that service extends far beyond legal advocacy. We will hear firsthand accounts from disaster response efforts in Florida, in Louisiana, in Pakistan, in Puerto Rico, in Spain, in Ukraine, demonstrating what happens when compassion is paired with preparation and effective leadership. We will also look ahead. Professor Arjun Sethi will challenge us to consider human rights in the age of artificial intelligence, a conversation that grows more relevant every day as technology shapes our institutions and our society. Our discussions on women and children in conflict from Professor Roma, freedom of speech, community programs coming from Fiel and Cesar Maria and Aura Espinosa, sustaining the spirit of SEVA, reminding us that protecting human dignity requires both legal advocacy and moral courage. We are honored to be joined by remarkable public servants like Kate Gibson Kumar and Denny Arnold, who defend workers' rights in Texas, nationally respected leaders. Congresswoman Zoe Grenfell, who has been a friend of United Sikhs for forever, will share her perspective on protecting civil rights during a time of rising hate and evolving immigration challenges. Congressman Tom Swazi and Teji Baines will discuss legislative efforts to combat hate crimes and safeguard religious freedom, while Congresswoman Grace Meng will address the continuing fight against hate targeting our communities. We are very grateful to Harmeet Kaur Dhillon, who is the U.S. Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, for providing updates on civil rights litigation and advocacy, and to our partners from FEMA. And our legal faculty, including Jasprit Kaur, or legal law firm faculty, Sundeep Singh, Rick Sawyer, Karishma Shah Page, Monica Kulunga, Tina Sadi, and others bring decades of experience representing clients, shaping policy, and advancing justice. Just as importantly, this academy creates space for the next generation, That's you, students, young professionals, and emerging leaders. Will hear candid conversations about law school, leadership, advocacy, and building careers dedicated to public service. Our greatest strength has always been our ability to bring people together from different disciplines who share a common purpose: lawyers, humanitarian responders, policy experts, educators, faith leaders, community organizers. Together, we become far more effective when any one of us could be alone. All right. As you participate over the next few days, I encourage you to do more than attend each presentation. Ask questions, challenge ideas respectfully. Share your own experiences, meet someone whose work is different from your own. Thank you for joining United Sikhs.
It's really nice, Wanda. Thank you so much. We're so glad to have you with us. I would like to introduce Gurpreet Virji, who is our Chief Executive Officer for United Sikhs. And please take it away, give a brief introduction, and we'd love to hear from you.
Thank you very much, Bhupinder Penji, Wanda. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Depends on what part of the world you're joining us from. It is my honor and privilege on behalf of United Sikhs to welcome you to the 16th Summit. Wanda did a fantastic job about telling us about what United Sikhs is doing. So I won't repeat that. I am the CEO. I've spent a lifetime serving international communities. I was with the United Nations in 10 different countries. I was with FEMA as a controller. And after that, I moved to United Sikhs. And trust me, I've done humanitarian work my entire life, but the fulfillment I get by working at the grassroots level in United Sikhs is truly unique. It's beyond any experience I've had anywhere in the world, whether it was Cambodia or Sierra Leone or Lebanon. Um, uh, but what we are doing right now is we are increasing our footprint. And but let's talk about the summit. This summit is a great opportunity for you to learn and grow together. I'm pleased to see that uh, that we have some of our alumni that are present. I remember working very closely with Bipin. Bipin, are you there right now? Are you online?
Yes, I am. I'm right here. It's good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you, Bipin. Was it 3 years ago that?
2 years ago, yeah. I'm so happy to be back. I've been working with Bhupinder Pranji and we've kept in touch ever since, so I'm super happy to be back.
Yes, in fact, I had you during the summit as an intern, if you recall. She was so engaging, and it's such an honor and privilege to continue to have this relationship. And welcome back. So, so this is a perfect example that 3 years later we have our alumni coming back. So it's not just a summit; it is a network. It is your life. It is your future, and this is one of the defining moments. And this is what we stand for. It's not about the academics, like Wanda said. It's about the people. So it's also an outstanding networking opportunity, a chance to meet fellow leaders, professionals, distinguished officials, and government representatives. Take an initiative to introduce yourself. It's very important for you to take the maximum benefit from this, and that is by being interactive. Not just be silent listeners, but try. There is no bad question. Please go. Please feel free to interact and ask as many questions as you need to. Uh, United States is committed to investing in your future. Make use of the mentorship training and resources available to you. We want you to grow as leaders, serve with humility, and strive for excellence in everything you do. Uh, Humility and excellence go hand in hand, and that is the fundamental of the Sikh faith. Uh, I hope each of you will become ambassadors of for United Sikhs, like Bipin has become. uh, and and living our values of selfless service, compassion, equality, and leadership, and inspiring others through your actions. So thank you for being here. I wish you an inspiring, enriching, memorable summit. And I'll give the floor back to. I'll keep it short, and I'll give the floor back to Bhupinder Panji. I'll be joining the sessions, and I'll be available anytime. I'll put my contact details in the chat, and if anybody has any questions, feel free to reach out to me. So I'd
Yeah.
like to give a big round of applause to all the participants.
Yes. I actually want to again thank you so much for taking your time out of your day and giving us this opportunity. And I think this is one really important part of this entire summit is for everyone attending here to be able to have somebody like you and be able to answer any questions. So I would like to open this up for our AHA students. If you have any questions that you would like to ask Gurpreet Viji, and for our people who are our guests, please ask your questions in the webinar chat. It is open, and we will try to get to your questions. So please, AHA student alumni,
Only one question I had was, what experience have you had in United Six that's different than you had in like FEMA or the UN that you prefer more?
That's a very good question. UN is the world's biggest bureaucracy, and SEMA and FEMA, there's a lot of red tape in FEMA. Let's face it. Their objectives are great, but there's a lot of red tape. So I'll give you an example. For the UN to operate, you need a Security Council resolution. So the when Russia invaded Ukraine, it took them 6 months before UN could be deployed because they had to get through the Security Council resolution. They had to, go through the whole process. And 1 week after the invasion, United Six was on the ground. We don't need. We are a small, nimble organization, and we are very quick to respond. And we want all of you to be part of United Six, be an extension, be our ambassadors wherever you go, and if you ever see anywhere that there is any need, a humanitarian need, advocacy need, a community situation, feel free to reach out to anyone. I put my email in the chat. Please save it and feel free to reach out to me, and we'll make sure we respond. So the answer to yours, our responsiveness is what sets us apart. So I actually left United Nations and FEMA to come to United Six, and it's been a very fulfilling experience. Thank you for the question. That's a very good
Thank you so
question.
much for your answer.
yeah. Anybody else have another question?
I have a question.
Yes, Simranji, please
Yeah,
introduce yourself.
and please tell us where you're from. And Nikhil, where are you from? I'm sorry, I forgot to ask that question.
I'm from New York and my parents are from Punjab.
Yeah, where in New York? New York's a big place.
Long Island,
Where in Long Island?
Nassau County,
Where in Nassau County?
Hicksville.
Hicksville. Okay. I'm like 3 miles from you, bro. So
Oh, really?
I'm also in Nassau County. Yeah. I'm in
Yeah.
one town. So I'm
Oh
in
yeah, you're
Hicksville.
right next door.
Yeah, everyone's in Hicksville,
Yeah.
Everyone but me. I'm in Queens. I'm still in Queens.
Okay, well, eventually you'll get there because everybody from Hicksville moved from Queens. So yes, Simran, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Khalsa, Fateh.
My name is Simran Kaur, and I'm going into my third year of Justice, Law, and Political Philosophy at McMaster University here in Canada, in Ontario. Originally, we're from Brampton, but we moved to Windsor a few years ago. My question for you was, after the summit's over, I want to be more involved in helping my community. Is there any United Sikhs organization in Ontario that I can go and, do in-person seva besides the gurdwaras and everything? Even if it's just like spreading awareness, please let us know any opportunities like that.
No, thank you very much for the question, Simran. Well, everyone's like from Hicksville or Brampton, so um, and we have a very strong chapter in Toronto. So you have my email. Please reach out to me, and I'll connect you to our director there. He's very active, and so you'll have lots of opportunities in Ontario if you want to engage.
Okay,
I
thank
want
you.
to add, yeah, I want to add to that. This is Wanda. I want to add to that I don't know if we've said this already, but United Sikhs has chapters all over the world, and those chapters are sister organizations who are located in the various regions where United Sikhs operates, and Canada is one of our strongest chapters, and we do have, for example, I believe, as Gurpreet has pointed out, in Toronto and several other cities around Canada. So reach out to Gurpreet or to me, and we're happy to connect you in any way that we can. And the work is similar to what we're doing here, which is they do litigation, they do civil rights litigation or anti-discrimination litigation. Which you can all, we're happy to sort of engage you in. They provide internships and opportunities for volunteering. Most of the work that goes out from, for example, humanitarian aid work is organized by the various chapters, and sometimes Canada organizes some of these humanitarian aid events, and we need volunteers. So please keep in touch and reach out to us whenever, and we are happy to keep you informed about what we're doing. And the best way to keep informed about what United Sikhs is doing is our website or our Facebook. We always post what we're doing and where we need volunteers and where we need help. And so please reach out.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Wanda. And believe it or not, our newest chapter, we just opened a chapter in Lebanon, Beirut. And we have a team on the ground there. And we also have a team in Gaza. So we don't have a chapter in Gaza, but we have opened it because it's not possible to go into Gaza. Um, but we have a team in Beirut, and like Wanda said, we are not just in North America. We're in about 20 different countries. So if you travel anywhere, or if you know people around the world that want to join, participate, please let me know. If you want to go to Lebanon or Ukraine, please let us know. There's always Seva over there. Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, Ankushi, can you expand a little bit about how like we or volunteers in general go about going abroad to places like Lebanon or any of our chapters? Can you just elaborate how that process works for anyone that might be curious?
I had a feeling that would tweak your interest. uh, Having engaged with you 3 years ago, absolutely, that's a great question. Uh, like for example, we have Seva going on, and so you just have to reach out to me or Wanda or Bhupinder, or eventually you're going to meet Hardyal Singh, Hardyal Viji. He is a co-founder of the organization. So if you reach out to any one of us and express your interest, uh, we will make sure that we will make arrangements for you to go. Recently, during the Punjab floods, we had a very enthusiastic young man who went and spent almost 3 months there. His family, they come from they were a very successful business in New Jersey, and he left his business for 3 months and he did seva over there. So we encourage that. Obviously, your safety is a primary concern, so we will first make sure it's safe for you to go there. A lot of people went to Ukraine, spent a lot of time in Ukraine. We had the biggest camp in tent in Medica, that's the border of Ukraine and Poland, and we fed almost 1 million people, women and children mostly that passed through. So it was all done by volunteers. Most of our volunteers in Ukraine, however, I have to admit, were from Europe. We had European volunteers, but we did have I would say 10 or 12 volunteers that went from the United States. And we have a very small chapter in Lebanon, but if you have any interest in going there, Hadi Alwiji and I might be going there to meet the Prime Minister in connection with setting up. So, so yeah, if you want to go anywhere, if you have any interest, please reach out to me. All of you have my email.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bipin. And did you finally establish a chapter you're in Pennsylvania, right? UPenn?
Yeah, I'm moving to Philadelphia now. I've worked a little bit with our local Gurdwara on like small projects, but nothing super set in stone. But we'll get there for sure.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
good. Yeah, good. Thank you so much, Bipin, for the question.
Thank you. Any other questions from our other AHA students?
I just have a follow-up question about the university chapter you were talking about. I didn't know, but the university chapter consists of, I'm assuming, like students like doing work and everything. Are there any in Ontario right now?
I think
yeah, go ahead.
we can put you in touch with our Sukhvinder Singh, who is our director for Canada, and I'll make sure that you guys connect and you guys can figure out because I'm over here in California, so I'll try to make sure I'll get you the connection. That's why we're here, is to connect you to the people, get you, and we can all just work to that common goal. Yeah. Any other questions?
Yeah, and if I may add to that, if there is no chapter, we can help you create one.
Yeah.
And we would encourage you to create one, like I did with Bipin. So. Somebody asked me a question in the chat that they were not able to see my email. Can you see it now?
Yeah.
Gavia, are you there?
Let's see. We can.
Gavia Garewal. Okay. Gavia Garewal asked a question. Can everybody else see my email?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, so.
I would also like to open up the floor to ask Wanda any questions. Wanda, you can you give us a beautiful introduction about yourself. If anyone here is interested in law, please ask their questions now.
So just thank you for Prapinder. I've been with the United Sikhs since 2016, on and off. I started out as acting national legal director, and then moved on to chief legal officer and national legal director over time. I think one of the things that it inspires me to remain with United Sikhs and enjoy my time here with United Sikhs is, I think what Preet said, is this notion that you can bring your dreams here and make them real. I started out as a staff attorney doing housing work with the New York City Legal Aid Society, and then went on to law school, and then went on from there to various other positions, including private practice here in New York. And when I joined United Sikhs, it was kind of what I went to law school to do, which is civil rights and protecting people's civil rights and human rights. And so I found a home here because it not only fulfills my sort of professional life and my professional wishes and expectations and all of that, but it also fulfills my personal wants. Let's say, working remotely is we've been working remotely from the very beginning, even long before COVID, and that gives us an opportunity to be anywhere in the world, doing, representing or helping people around the world. It gives you an opportunity to do all. United States has given me the opportunity to do all of the work that I want to do, including actual litigation, engage in litigation, individual litigation, policy reform, and you'll hear a lot about that during this week. So if you have any questions about what I do here or what United Sikhs is doing in terms of, human rights and civil rights, I'm happy to answer any one of your questions, either on this platform or individually. And I can, unfortunately, my computer wasn't working, so I'm on my phone. So it's a little hard for me to sort of put in my information, but you probably already have it from other spaces. So, but if you reach out to me with any questions, with any interests, with any whatever you need, and we're here for you.
It's not easy to get free legal advice, so here's your opportunity. Bhupinder, Penji, would you mind putting in Wanda's email in the chat? So if they
Yeah.
want to reach out, that'd be great. I'm looking at the chat and I have a couple of questions. And while we are waiting for more questions, this question is from Kubra Mohammadi from Afghanistan. Can we create a chapter there? Yes, absolutely. As a matter of fact, we did have a food kitchen in Kabul when people were evacuated. We actually opened it in the Gurdwara, but we provided food to uh, people, mainly minorities, but not just to Sikhs, but Sikhs, Hindus, and other minorities. And so, absolutely, please reach out to me or anybody and tell us exactly what you wish to accomplish by opening a chapter in Afghanistan. We would definitely encourage that. Like I said, we're opening one in Lebanon. Wherever help is needed, we are there. And that answers the question that the first speaker had, that we don't need Security Council resolutions. We can respond right away, and we'll be glad to do that. Uh, and then I see another question from Gagandeep. Are there any opportunities to grow into leadership or advocacy roles? This is your biggest opportunity right here, uh, to learn about leadership, about the advocacy, know your rights, connect with the people, set up a network, and grow. And if you need any support, you'll get all the mentorship that you need from everybody, including myself. So feel free to reach out to us for any specific leadership or growth roles that you have in mind.
Okay.
I had a quick question. I
Yeah.
was just wondering, when you're going to Lebanon and you're meeting with the Prime Minister, are you able to speak about what the objective for that is there? I'm just curious. And also, how do you stay hopeful and positive in the midst of all all the suffering that you see?
Well, we as Sikhs are always chardi kala, so it's in our DNA to be positive. Um, does the situation look good? No. Do you think it's going to end? I'm not sure. Uh, but we can do what we have been doing. We're supporting the communities with whatever support they need, whether it is food, medicines, or any. So we want to. Our message to the Prime Minister is that United Sikhs uh, is there to support the people of Lebanon in any way, form, or shape. It's not a political message. We never get into the politics of the land, regardless whether it's India or America or Lebanon. We never get involved with any politics. We are a humanitarian organization, and we are totally apolitical. And where are you based, Sriyada? Am I pronouncing your name right? It's a very unique name.
Riyadi. And thank you. I'm from New Mexico.
Okay, okay, great. Yeah, no, I love New Mexico. I've been to there's this beautiful Sikh Gurdwara that Yogi Bhajan started. Yeah, it's lovely.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah, I did. Okay, so did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Sriyada, would you like to travel overseas for one of our missions?
Yes, I was really interested when you mentioned that as well. So I'll
And
definitely reach out.
are you in college or have you graduated?
I'm in my senior year of university.
And what are you studying?
I'm studying political science and a minor in Spanish.
No, political science is good, and
Yeah.
Spanish is always comes in handy.
Yeah.
Lupinda,
Christina has a question. Christina
Yeah.
is asking a question. Go
Yes,
ahead, Christina.
yes, Sir Gurpreet, I just want to take this opportunity to thank you because for the information also of everyone. It is because of Sir Gurpreet seeing that I am here with United Six, and ever since I've joined United Six, as I've mentioned in during your orientation, I fell in love with Sikhism. I fell in love with how United Six is doing its job, not just in the United States and also especially worldwide. Sir, I'm just curious also for the very long time that you've been serving humanity, serving everyone, your advocacy, and with what's happening globally, with the evolution of everything, technology. How do you envision the next decade of United Six, sir? Especially in terms of advocacy and maybe our humanitarian work.
I will let Wanda answer the advocacy part because I wouldn't. She's our in-house expert. And firstly, thank you very much, Christina, for your support. Christina is based in the Philippines, on the other side of. She's exactly 12 hours apart from me, but she's always available whenever we need her. And I will not be exaggerating if I'll be saying she is a backbone for the United States, and we're very pleased and honored to have her. So thank you so much, Christina, to you and your team for doing such a fantastic job and being so dedicated and working on American hours. Um, so we are using technology. We're trying to work harder, but more than that, we're trying to work smarter. And now we are trying to reorganize the leadership of United States. It's going to be more of a horizontal leadership so that it's more effective. Um, we don't want a hierarchy. We are all sevadars. Sevadars means we are all here to serve humanity. So, like, you would say we all volunteers of sorts, but volunteers for a cause. Um, as far as the humanitarian operation, uh, what we are trying to do is we are trying to work more with uh, the governments. Like, for example, we are working with New York City and we are developing. We just we are running shelters in cooperation with New York City, in partnership with New York City. We started our school in Long Island, which is doing very well. And and as far as the advocacy, maybe I'll give the floor to Wanda. Uh, what's your vision on advocacy, Wanda?
So, United Sikhs has been around since 2019, as you all know, and we started out as a small organization led by about 4 to 6 Sikhs who were interested in working to assist taxi drivers here in New York and specifically in Queens. That quickly turned into a national sort of outreach and different chapters across the states in the United States and then into Canada and across the world, as we said. And Gurpreet has mentioned we currently have at least 20 chapters in various regions around the world. But right now, I think that one of the things about such a young organization is the notion of how do you keep expanding at the rate that it expanded over the course of the last 20 years? But there is a lot of room for expansion, and there is a lot of room for all of you to be involved, particularly because this is the year that United Sikhs is finally going to, at least with respect to advocacy, is establish itself as a legal center. We're building our ICRA, International Civil and Human Rights Legal Center, and you guys are all going to be part of that if you remain connected to us. The legal center is going to focus on impact litigation, for example. So let me give you an example of what I mean by impact litigation. Anti-discrimination efforts, for example, bullying, religious and ethnic discrimination, and policy engagement, youth engagement, all of that we're doing now, but just more sort of, I would say, more organized, because I think my vision for United States has always been that the organization continue to grow, not just in terms of chapters, but also in terms of programs. And so, establishing a legal center this year is going to be one of the defining moments for United Sikhs, so that it establishes itself not just as a humanitarian aid resource for the community, but also truly a legal resource for the community as well, and education as well. So that's my vision for United Sikhs. Is next up is a legal center that we're trying to create. So, and we'll keep you informed.
No, thank you very much, Wanda. I see some questions in the chat. So, but before we go to the chat, does anybody have questions for Wanda? Like I said,
Manmeet Singh, please. You had your hand raised earlier.
Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa.
we can't hear you.
A
I
little
lost you.
glitchy. We heard half of it.
Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
That's
I don't know
the-
what happened there. I'm having some technology issues. Anyways, I'm in Regina, Saskatchewan. I'm pretty sure most of you would not have heard this name or know about this place. Midwest Canada is where I am, and Regina is the capital of Saskatchewan province of Canada. So my question is for Wanda. I might just give you next project for your advocacy. I actually am, for some reason, I'm just hearing myself back.
We hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Yeah, it's just that I'm echoing in my ear, so it's hard to talk. I'll probably do it this way. Okay, so Wanda, my question is, or my concern is more around. So I've been involved with. We've got a Gurdwara in Regina, which serves over 2,500 to 3,500 Sikhs that come for Sunday service every Sunday, and throughout the week, we are open 7 days a week, etc. Just like any other Gurdwara, and Regina being capital of Saskatchewan, we have the largest diaspora in Saskatchewan. One of my good friends who's a electrician has brought this to my attention, given that I'm one of the board members of the Gurdwara, and I'm very involved in the community, and I've been the contact person for reaching out to our elected officials. The concerns more about the clean-shaven policy that is enforced by Canada Standards Association regulations when people are working in hazardous work environments. So respiratory masks are required, due to which Sikhs and others are required to have shaved facial hair, which again, a practicing Sikh would never do. This has discouraged and stopped Sikhs from working in jobs and industries that we as Sikhs can really be highly successful. And we train for in those professions, but we are stopped based on what we see as discrimination, given that there are a couple masks that are out there that have been tested and validated. The only problem is they are pretty expensive, so companies don't want to invest in it. How can you help with this advocacy or the chapter in Canada? Can I reach out to someone? I know my friend's been in contact with WSO. He just reached out to me yesterday after having been in contact and working on this for the last 2 to 3 years through his union and everything. He's now wanting me to write to all the conservative MPs in Canada to see if they'll bring it to the Parliament of Canada.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for bringing that to our attention. As I mentioned, we have chapters across the world, right? And so where there is need, for example, in this instance, where it's in Canada, we would reach out to our chapter in Canada and our colleagues there and connect you to them, because, like, for example, I've worked on issues, for example, hard hat issues in construction, issues in Canada. But I do that through the chapters, right? Through the leadership of those chapters. And if you reach out to me after the summit, I can absolutely connect you to the chapter, and we can work out how to address that issue. And I can tell you that from my experience of having worked on these issues, Sikh the 5K issues around, employment issues, and, and legislation, and all of that, and laws that, sort of impede a Sikh's ability to sort of, have employment opportunities, for example, like you're describing. We've been quite successful because Canada has a very good sort of history of good legislation and good laws that protect Sikh religious rights. Not always right in all scenarios, but we can certainly help to draft whatever sort of communications have to be drafted to the MPs and to other leaders about the issue, and see what we can do. But more specifically, I think we're going to need more detail. But we can absolutely. Bhupinder, were you able to put my information in the chat?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
you can reach out to Bhupinder or me at some point after the summit, and absolutely. And one of the things that we do well is that we cooperate, not just with, for example, so Canada has an issue. We cooperate so that we use, we can sort of share resources across the various chapters. And there might be, for example, Australia might be interested in the issue. So we would reach out to folks and leaders elsewhere, right? And see how we can together all sort of build some kind of movement around, for your particular community. So yes, absolutely, we can help. We can help. Reach
Sounds
out.
good. Thank you.
No, thank you, Wanda. Bhupinder Panji, would you mind going through while we wait for others to ask questions, go through the questions in the chat that we haven't answered?
So we have one really great question again from Kubraji, that they have founded a nonprofit actually in Afghanistan for girls, and it's an online school, and they have over 1,000 girls enrolled. What kind of support can you offer us so that more girls, especially since the Taliban has banned girls from school? So what type of support could we offer somebody who's doing such amazing work?
Thank you for reading that. I think that's an amazing initiative, Kubra, and we appreciate what you're doing. This is definitely needed, and we can talk specifics, and we would love to collaborate with you and support you. And we just want to make sure that there are no political ramifications of doing this, so we'll have to do it in a very sensitive manner. So let's. You have my email. You can set up another separate Zoom call for this, and we would love to support your initiative. Yeah,
Yes,
God bless you for that initiative.
Yeah, please send us an email, Kubraji. We will definitely connect on that later on. And I think maybe some of our AHA attendees could possibly benefit from hearing how that process works out. Our next question is some volunteering questions. Throughout the summit, we'll definitely be talking about how to volunteer and what the opportunities available, who we can connect you with that's in your area. And, we will definitely continue speaking with everybody on how volunteering can happen. And a really great way, especially for our younger students, I will suggest is to gather your peers, create a group, and then throw some of us onto that group. And then let's help you create whatever visions or whatever opportunities you see in your own community that you want to help change. And if it's a larger project that you have, let's discuss it. So you have all of our emails. Hopefully you guys are already included in our WhatsApp chat. So that should open up our phone numbers to you as well. And I think that really kind of separates us from any other organization, for you to be able to have all of our contact information so readily available for us to help you achieve your goals. So I hope that kind of answers your volunteering question. Um, um, if anybody wants to add anything a little bit deeper, but like I just want to reserve like really specific volunteering questions on a one-to-one basis to be able to really help narrow down exactly what you guys want to do, how we can help that make that happen. And I think we will be starting volunteer orientation sessions very soon. So all of our volunteers who have signed up to become a volunteer will be facilitating orientation sessions and giving you a proper presentation on all of the amazing work that United Six is already doing. And if you want to join in on that, or if you want to start a separate project. So look out for those volunteering emails. Nagam has a question about law school in Ontario, Canada, and how to become a part of the legal center there. Wanda, if you touched on it a little bit earlier. Again, we'll definitely put you in touch with Sukhvinder Riji, who is our Canadian director. Wanda, do you want to jump in on how she can become part of the legal center in Canada?
Okay, the legal center is something that is we're starting here in the United States, but we do have an ICRA chapter or directorate in each of the various chapters across regions. And yes, as Pupinder points out, we can put you in touch with our leadership there and some of the staff there in Canada that can sort of point you in the direction of what legal work they're working on. The other thing is that, because Canadian law and American law are so similar, you're not necessarily limited to a particular chapter. If you have any interest in sort of working with us here, and because it's all remote, we're happy to take interns from Canada and other places. I think that just the learning how to advocate. I think an internship here will teach you, and you can ask some of the other interns that are currently here, Nikhil, for example, and Siriati, who are our interns, our annual interns this year, and there are other law students as well, Bipin and Kuljit are also interns here, and you can join the U.S. chapter, and you'll learn a lot about advocacy by joining us. So.
Thank you, everybody, for your questions. I want to introduce our main speaker for the day, Professor Arjun Sethi. Wanda, would you please like to give a quick little intro, and then we'll have Arjunji begin.
Sure. I'm having a little difficulty sort of joining. So if you see my thumb sort of going across the screen, it's only because I'm on my phone. So I apologize for that in advance. So our next speaker is a professor at Georgetown University School of Law. He will speak to us about human rights and freedoms in the age of AI, which is a very important topic these days. I'm going to allow Professor Arjun Sethi to please introduce himself and tell us a little bit about himself. And welcome, and thank you so much for joining us, Professor Sethi.
So, okay, he is joining.
While he's joining, I would like to tell you I need to jump off the call now, but you've been a great audience. Have a great time. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to any of us, including myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vijay.
Hi there. Can you see and hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm so glad that it's in interactive mode and so that I can see you all because I hope this presentation will be as engaging as possible. Thanks so much for including me. Thank you all to the young people who've joined us today. There is a lot going on in the world. There is a lot that you're being asked to shoulder. There's a lot you could be doing with your time, including watching World Cup, although there's no World Cup games today. There's World Cup games tomorrow and Wednesday. I know it's on my calendar. But thank you so much for being here. I also appreciate the opportunity to kind of introduce myself. I think it's better to just sort of talk about one's own life and experience as opposed to having something boilerplate read out loud that you can find online. And so with that, maybe I'll spend just a couple of minutes talking a little bit about my history, my story, and then yeah, talk a little bit about AI or freedom in the age of AI, and then open it up to Q&A. So I think if you how I don't know, I don't even know if it's appropriate to ask like how old people are anymore these days. I'm like a bit of like an old school. But let's just say if you had told me in my 20s that this is where I would be now, I would raise my hand and say yes, right? Like accepted, like an auction, like this is what I want to do. But it has been a meandering path. I did my undergrad at Georgetown with a focus on politics and cultural studies. Took a year or two off, went to law school, focused on human rights. As many of you all may find if you go to law school, or maybe some of you already graduates are of law school, I don't actually know. I had a mountain of debt. And so, as much as I wanted to work directly on civil and human rights immediately after law school, I didn't have that opportunity. And so I worked at a law firm, Covington and Burlington, DC, and actually had a great experience. They treated me really well. It was a firm that focused first and foremost on my work product, as opposed to anything else, which was really important to me. I developed some really good skills there, and always maintained a robust pro bono practice. And pro bono practice, I mean representing clients and individuals who couldn't necessarily pay lengthy corporate fees. So one of my first clients was actually the Sikh Coalition. There was a period where every time a Sikh with a turban or anytime a Muslim woman with a hijab went through TSA, they'd be pulled over for secondary screening every single time because it was considered bulky clothing. And so we worked with the TSA to change that policy, sort of racial religious profiling in airports. Represented detainees at Guantanamo Bay. How many of you guys know about Guantanamo Bay and the 9/11 detainees that were held there? Okay, right. And so that shows you how far we've come, right? When I was in law school, that was one of the defining issues of the day. I've served as a legal observer at Guantanamo Bay several times and actually witnessed some of the proceedings there. Worked on some of those cases. But as I said before, my sort of heart wasn't in private practice, started moonlighting as a writer, had a lot of success with it, wrote on lots of civil and human rights issues. Later left to go work at the ACLU, spent some time with the Sikh Coalition, and now I do a hodgepodge of things. As was shared before, I've taught for a decade as an adjunct professor at Georgetown University Law Center, where I teach policing and surveillance. I'm going to talk a lot about that today. The ways in which AI has actually intensified surveillance. I do a lot of work with respect to human rights defenders in South Asia. So I recently testified before the U.S. Council on Religious Freedom on transnational repression. How many of you guys have heard of transnational repression? Right? That's when the Indian government reaches into North America, reaches into Canada, the United States, and tries to surveil or even assassinate people, right? We saw what happened in Canada, with Hardeep Singh Nijjar. We saw what happened in the United States, where had the Department of Justice not intervened, arguably they would have assassinated, dozens of Sikh Americans as well. I'm also a filmmaker. And so I wrote a book called American Hate Survivors Speak Out in 2018. That's now a documentary film. We're looking for a distributor. Many of you may know the story of Poolan Devi, famously known as the Bandit Queen. There's a new documentary coming out about her. And unlike prior film treatments, this is actually made with the consent of the family. And so I'm an executive producer on that. And so all of that to say, before I get into AI and freedom, if there is a career that you all want, if there is a path that you all seek, you have to create and chart that path. Right? Nobody is going to shepherd and take care of your career the way you will. You should have mentors. You should be anchored in community. You can and should have organizations like UNITEDSIKHS supporting and backing you. But at the end, it's ultimately going to fall on you to chart your own path. And so with that, let's go ahead and get into the topic for today. So AI and sort of freedom in the age of AI. So I'll start with this. Every one of us has something to hide. All of us care about privacy in some form or another. What do I mean? Okay, and I hope everyone raises their hands. How many of you are in like chats, whether it's on WhatsApp, Signal, or just text with groups of friends? Right? Yeah, everyone's hands goes up, right? And it's my impression that there are things you sometimes say in those chats that are just meant for the people on those chats, right? And if things were taken out of context and put online, you might look and feel like a very compromised person, right? So I'll give you an example, right? I'm a 44-year-old man. I have a chat. I may be a Georgetown law professor, but like you, I have chats with my friends. One of my chat groups is called Brown Homies. It's just me and my buddies, right? And it's all fun. It's all good stuff. But the point is that it's a chat. It's a conversation meant for my friends. If that's taken out of context, right, I could be seen and portrayed in a different way. And so all of that to say, everyone has the right to privacy. We have the right to communicate with our friends, with our family, in serious ways, in playful ways, in joking ways, in personal ways. We have the right, if we want, to join Black Lives Matter publicly or anonymously. We have the right to speak to a therapist. And maybe we want to disclose it. Maybe we don't. Because as we all know in our community, sometimes there is still, unfortunately, a bit of stigma when it comes to seeking the help of a mental health professional. Same thing with public health care, right? Whether it's accessing contraception, right? All of these decisions, right, are health decisions, are political decisions, are social decisions, right? Who we spend time with, who we interact with. Often it presumes a kind of privacy. We don't want the government in our business. And yet, we live in a world today where it has never been easier for the government to snoop in our business, to find out who we are, to find out what we believe, to find out what we search. If you don't believe me, you can go on Google and you can actually ask, you can do like a privacy data checkup. Google has a record of every search you've ever made. Do you know how terrifying that is? Google knows things about you that you've already forgotten. Maybe there was a celebrity you were obsessed with at one point, right? Maybe there was, I don't know what it is. We're all human beings. We all have our things, right? And you think it's between you and your browser, but it's not, right? It's not. And so these big data companies, whether it's Google, Microsoft, whoever it is, has a lot of this data. And now what's happening is that there's a third-party industry called data brokers who often buy that data. I don't know, Wanda, if you had a chance to share that Bernie video with them in advance. I can't hear you. Still can't hear you. Okay, can hear you now, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, I was muted. So, Bhupinder, or Christina, did we have an opportunity to share that with the students prior to now in the materials?
I haven't seen it.
Okay, can we do this just because just to break up the content? Can we just play it on the Zoom right now for it's 2.5 minutes?
Yeah. Do you have it somewhere?
Yeah, it's on email. Here, let me. I'm gonna find it and put it in the chat. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Wanda, if you can look at the same time, because it's in the email, and
Okay.
it might just be easier. No. It'll just give you a visual of what exactly. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, I got it. I got it. Okay. So I'm going to drop it in the chat. And let's go ahead, if we can, and just play this, and you all can see it.
Bhupinder, is it possible to share it?
Yes, let me try.
And while you do it, it's worth it because it just shows the gravity of these issues. So I've been advising, Senator Sanders on these issues, and I'll make a senator. This is recorded, right? Is it going to be public?
Yes.
Okay, then I won't. I won't.
No, if you want, we can
no.
pause the.
I was going to make like a fun joke, but I won't make a fun joke. That can make.
Oh, we can pause it and you can make the joke. Here, I'll pause.
No, it's okay. Forget it.
Okay.
So I've been advising his office and, on AI privacy matters. And so I worked with their team, their comms team, to record this short video. And it's just 3 minutes. And it kind of just lays out what surveillance pricing is. But all of that to say, companies have this data about us. And in the United States, there is this industry called data brokers. And all data brokers do is buy and collect data about us, right? And so, for example, anytime you type, imagine somebody is behind you, right? Watching you as you type. Anytime you go anywhere with your phone, right? There's location tracking. And it's not just your phone. It's an app, right? If you haven't turned on location tracking in your apps, it's not just enough to have it on your phone. So, for example, right, some of you may have known or some of you may have followed when the state of Texas criminalized abortions. People were saying, if you take an Uber to a clinic, we could get access to that Uber records, right? People were saying if you have a period tracking app, right, that reveals that you missed, right, a period in your cycle, that could be used to prosecute you for committing a crime if you're in the state of Texas and you went to a clinic. One of the loopholes that people didn't realize was there were people who had turned off location, right, who had been very scrupulous about using some of these clinics. But imagine you're in the waiting room of a clinic and you're playing a game on your phone. And the game has your location status, right? Has location tracking on. That's another way they can use tracking. So all of that to say is that and then data brokers sell that information to government. That's what the Bernie video talks about. We're constantly generating data as human beings. We're driving our cars around. There's license plate readers around, right? Our faces, facial recognition, our voices. Every human being has a unique voice. It's called a voice print. And so about 6 years ago, there were these companies that run pilots in jails and prisons. So if you wanted to make a call to leave a outgoing call from a prison, you had to opt in. And so these prisons were laboratories, right? And now if you call Verizon, for example, they won't even actually ask. They'll say, yeah, what's your passcode? Or do you opt in to using a voice print, right? So they have our thumbprints. They have our faces. They have our voices increasingly. And this might sound like sci-fi. It's not. They also are breaking down how we walk, right? So actually a human gait, another word for walk is gait, G-A-I-T. It can actually be broken down into 100 different categories. And so China and India are actually already perfecting what's called gait recognition. I know some people are already looking like this is like totally bonkers, but it's happening. You can look it up, right? And so we're constantly generating all this data, right? When we go in our cars, when we're using Bluetooth, when we're using apps, Strava, exercise apps, social media apps. And these data brokers are compiling all this data and then selling it, right? They're selling it back to the government. And so one of the most prime examples I can give you is that several years ago, there was an app called Muslim Pro. Muslim Pro was an app that told Muslims what direction Mecca was in and the times of day to pray. They thought the data was private. Little did they know that Muslim Pro was selling that data to a data broker who was then selling it to DHS. So the Department of Homeland Security had the name and the IP address of every young Muslim who was literally using Muslim Pro to tell them, right, which direction Mecca was and when to pray. And not just that, right? You guys know there's a Muslim dating site called Minder, right? I didn't know it existed, right? But it does exist. Are they harvesting that data as well? And so what does it mean? It means that we unfortunately live in a world where all of these different data points can be aggregated. They can be aggregated and they can be used against us. So I already mentioned surveillance pricing. I'll kind of make it, sometimes I'm with my students, I worry that they think I don't take the material seriously because I make jokes. But here's the thing, if you're going to work on these materials work on these issues for decades, and maybe Wanda has, maybe Manmeet has, maybe others have, I don't actually know. You can't burn out, right? You got to stay grounded, right? You got to make sure that you find the opportunities for joy and laughter. And so, there were rumors that Wendy's was going to engage in surge pricing. And so I had this thought, it's like, this is bad news, right? Imagine it's like 2, 3 a.m. I see Wanda laughing. You're out with your buddies, right? You're really hungry. Nothing else is open. You drive into Wendy's. They can tell your voice is slurred. And before you know it, the cheeseburger isn't $4. Cheeseburger is $12. And you might not even have all your faculties, right? It sounds absurd, right? But this is what dynamic and surveillance pricing is. And you all can do this, right? I know you guys, I think, are all in different locations. But the next time you're out with a group of your friends, use Uber, use Lyft, and try to book a fare. Don't confirm it because you don't want to get charged. See the price that you're being quoted on Uber and Lyft to go to the airport. If it's different, ask yourself why it's different, right? Imagine a pharmacy, right? Or a health company knows that we urgently need a drug, right? And they raise the prices because of that, right? We missed a prescription refill, and now we need it desperately, right? There was a story a few weeks ago about an individual. This is real. You can look it up. There's actually a lawsuit about this, who was searching for airfares because they wanted to attend their grandmother's funeral. And they kept searching on JetBlue over and over again. And then the price went up $240. And so then they tweeted at JetBlue, and the person at JetBlue on X responded and said, oh, refresh your browser, delete your cache, and you'll get a lower price. What does that tell you? It tells you that they were being quoted a higher price because they knew that this person desperately wanted to attend and was probably also searching for funeral arrangements, rental cars, and whatnot. They understood the urgency of the need, right? And so that should very much concern you, right? Not just if you're going to Wendy's at 2 a.m., right? But also that you should be quoted similar fair prices, not based on your address, not based on the urgency of your need, not based on price elasticity. Maybe there's a cosmetic product that you have repeatedly used that you can't live without, and there's a national shortage. And it may seem like that's far-fetched. Guess what? During COVID, it wasn't. And they know that you buy it X number of days. You have a recurring order on Amazon, Elf, whatever it is, whatever that product is. And they know it, and they start charging you more. That should have you concerned. Apart from that, it's also what we know with governments. And so what do I mean by that? So let me take you back about 10 years ago. About 10 years ago, how many of you guys have heard of predictive policing? Okay, one hand went up. 2 hands went up. So the idea here is that you don't have to be a lawyer. You just have to watch Law and Order, or just be a generally kind of knowledgeable person, a kind of liberal order, to understand that we have what's called due process. We have the presumption of innocence. The idea is you have the right to be left alone. Nobody bothers you, right? And one of the things that we say America's about is the right to experiment, the right to burn the flag, right? There's these famous cases of the Ku Klux Klan, riding in downtown Spokane or wherever it is. And having the right to do that, so long as it doesn't cross, right, the path to violence. I lost my train of thought for a second, so give me a second. This happens sometimes. I start moving real fast, and I'm just like, oh, right. Okay, so a free speech, right? We have the right to do these things. And yet, about 10 years ago, the government started rolling out what's called predictive policing. And so they would use the history of criminal data in a state like LA, right? In a city like Memphis, in a city like Chicago, and say, we're going to use historical crime data to anticipate, to predict where crime is going to occur. And they started using these models called threat scores and hotspots. And so hotspots, they use data like weather. They use data like the history of criminal data in that area. They use address history, gang history, and then decided that they were going to send more cops into those areas. They also use what's called threat scores. And so just like surveillance pricing, they would use a person's address, their criminal history, their political history, and say, this is the likelihood that an individual is going to be, the likelihood that they're going to commit a crime. Right? That's what predictive policing is. We even see it, unfortunately, in some school districts. And so, for example, in the state of Florida, sheriff's offices were literally using attendance records and disciplinary history. And this is it's so troubling. Child abuse to determine the likelihood that an individual, that a child was going to commit a crime. The idea being that a child who was abused was more likely to commit a crime, right? That's the school to prison pipeline. And so now we see in Minnesota, ICE, if you've been following the news, is actually, with the help of a company called Palantir, some of them who you may know, and that's the company that's actually mentioned in the video that I did with Bernie Sanders. Palantir is actually coming up with a score, a likelihood score that an individual is undocumented. So imagine that. They arrest somebody who is undocumented, and then they comb their address book. They look at their social media history. And then they say, oh, you know what? This is the likelihood that this individual is undocumented based on their address, based on their contacts, based on their search history, based on the places they go, right? Based on where they work. And so now you have a situation where the government can potentially build dossiers, right, on Americans. If the government wanted to know, right, that you were a member of Black Lives Matter. So 40 years ago, there was a famous case called NAACP v. Alabama. And the Supreme Court said, you can't force the NAACP. Everyone knows what the NAACP is, right? Black Civil Rights Organization, been around for decades. Supreme Court said you can't force the NAACP to turn over their membership list. Good, right? Because you want to protect their right to privacy. You want to protect their anonymity. If you want someone's membership list now, what do? Maybe you go and see if they have a Facebook group. Maybe you know where they're having a meeting, right? And you put a license plate reader, right? A license plate reader that catches every car that turns at that traffic intersection. You say, oh, license plate reader is going to be over-inclusive. Maybe. But if you know the meeting was from 7 to 9, you can narrow it down that way. Maybe you go to a cell site tower and say, hey, give me the cell site location information for every single person, right, whose cell phone bounced off that tower. Let me explain how this works. You know that really annoying feeling, right, when you don't get cell phone reception? And at that moment in time, nothing else matters because you can't send a text message, you can't receive a text message, and you start complaining? That's because your cell phone isn't connecting to a cell tower. And so every single moment that you have cell phone reception is connecting to a cell tower. That's a location imprint. Generally speaking, those are meant to be private, but they're not. They can be compromised and accessed under very easy legal standards. And so imagine the government has access to those. Let's say you say, oh, you know what? Like, they don't have a license plate reader. They don't have cell site location information. Maybe they fly a low-flying drone that's outfitted with facial recognition technology, right? And capture data that way. All of this stuff has happened. All of this stuff is already happening. And so the question is what does freedom look like in the age of AI? How many of you use AI tools? Right? Bunch of hands are going up. It's hard, right? I'm a university professor and my students are using it, right? How do I regulate it? There are some say that, you know what, you can't have take-home exams. You just have to have them do it in person. You have to have a locked computer because some of these tools are amazing. And so in that sense, they can be empowering. They can be democratizing, right? Just like we saw with social media. I mean, I'm old enough to remember the Arab uprisings of 2011, 2012, right? Many people said those uprisings could never have taken place, right? unless you had social media, because the authoritarianism that we saw in the Middle East during the Arab, uprisings was so severe and so entrenched that there weren't meaningful ways to organize. But then there was through social media. But then we saw Brexit. We saw what could happen when deep pockets and authoritarian forces get access to these technologies. They can use it, right, to ensnare people. They can use it to distort. They can use it to misrepresent. There were famously people after the day of Brexit who Googled, can I change my vote? Because they were being force-fed all these Facebook advertisements about Muslims coming, right? About undocumented immigrants taking their jobs. And you may think those are real concerns, right? But some of the places where they were getting these images, famously, these were rural parts of England where there literally hadn't been an undocumented immigrant in years, and they were still getting these advertisements, right, on Facebook. And so, yeah, social media is being used to fearmonger against immigrants currently. And so now you're living in a world where you've seen how social media can be divisive. You've seen how it can be an echo chamber, right? I'll give you something very, very personal that I'm dealing with. Like, this just happened this weekend, and I'm still trying to figure it out. So some of you may have followed my X account, been around for 14 years, 46,000 followers, right? I work in privacy and tech. I have a unique password. It was hacked on Saturday, right? Hacked. And so I get in on Saturday, and literally somebody has treated a crypto scam 25,000 times in 20 minutes, right? So now my account is suspended. And I don't know what's going to happen to it. The only people I've interacted with since then is a bot, right? Like, I emailed someone, I get a bot response. Now, was this innocuous, or did this happen because for the last 2 weeks, almost my entire X feed was focused on the surveillance and the censorship of the film Punjab 95, Satluj? How many of you know that controversy? Right? Good. Hands are going up, right? Right. Hopefully someone will chat with you guys about it. But right, like, this is a film about Jaswant Singh Kalra, a human rights lawyer, documented decade of enforced disappearances until he himself was disappeared. And so before Diljit Dosanjh was super famous, he made this film, right? And the Indian government went back to the director and said, you can release it, but make 130 edits, right? They didn't make 130 edits. And then they said it could be on ZTV, which is like a Hindutva captured platform. And of course, it went viral in 2 days. The Indian government never learns, said, we're going to censor it. And so now it's screening in villages all across Punjab because people have bootlegged copies. Bloomberg headline story, right? New York Times third page story, right? So I'm continuously retweeting this content, and all of a sudden my account is hacked, right? Is it unrelated? Is it related? I don't know. But if I don't get my account back, I am going to reach back to folks that I'm going to reach back and say, you need to tag X, because I need to get my Twitter account back. But again, right? Like, how did they get access to my password? I change it every month. I have no idea how they got access to it, but it's scary, right? And so I had to spend all of yesterday or all of Saturday, like, changing all my passwords again, right? And so we live in a world, back to kind of what we saw with social media, where right now AI tools feel empowering. And at the same time, I would urge you guys to think about, like, what are you actually inputting? Like, are you inputting personal information about yourselves, personal health questions, like questions about, like, family, about loved ones, about relationships, about partnership? Because guess what? Like, you may think that data is yours. I really wouldn't assume it's yours, right? Once you put it into the ethereal, it's out there. And again, right, so for those of you who've been following the dispute with Anthropic, like, the version that you all are using is like 3 versions back, right? The versions that the corporations and the government is using, right, are 3 versions forward. It's what you're going to see in like 18 months, right? That's the way I think of it. And so they have this information, right? Like, again, as I say in that Bernie video, and I hope you check it out, right? Like, just imagine, how would you feel if every time you were searching, somebody was standing behind you? How would you feel if every time you were driving a car, somebody was trailing you? How would you feel if every time you walked without a mask, right, in a major city, somebody was capturing your face? That's the world in which we live, because we've not had a major privacy bill in this country. People talk about Congress being broken. Think about phones. think about technology, right? Think about how much tech, social media has changed your lives. And yet we have not had a major privacy bill on the federal level in this country since the birth of the iPhone. I mean, that should terrify you, right? And it's hard because it seems removed, right? I had this problem during Trump 1.0. I talk about privacy, and I was like, kids are in cages. That's what we care about. And I get that. And we should care about kids in cages. And we should care about transnational repression. And we should care about the fact that America is the carceral state of the world. But we should also care about the fact that we don't want to live in the world where the United States can build dossiers on every American. Because what does that do for our ability to freely, right? What does that do to our ability to access services, to join political causes, to organize, to live freely? You know, I mean, I always joke, right? Like the CIA and the FBI always put out that honorary Insta post and Twitter post and X post, you know, on MLK Day every year. And they never talk about the fact that they surveilled him, that they blackmailed him, that they told him to kill himself. And so we've always seen throughout history that this is what countries do. I mean, again, look at India. I don't know if India was behind my social media hack. I don't know. I just know that it's never happened before, right? I've never had a situation. You can go to my account, Arjasethi81, right now, right? Like, it's shut down. It says account suspended. It seems highly opportunistic at the moment where I am continuously amplifying that content that my account gets hacked. And we also know, I think the Sikh Coalition's Instagram account at one point was shut down. Hindus for Human Rights, which is like a sister organization that does great work, their account was compromised on X. We've just seen this repeated. We know social media feeds of US-based activists often don't show up there. And so what do we do? What do we do? Just like I said with your careers, I would start by just saying no one is ultimately going to save you. And so you have to kind of be the steward and shepherd of your own privacy. And so to the extent to which you're using AI tools and it improves your life, great. But just be thoughtful, right? There is incognito mode. You can use that. It's not an answer, right? It's not an answer. But there is that. You can be sure that you're deleting your history. I would suggest that if there's anything truly private, or that you don't want broadcast to the world, that you don't put it in any of these AI tools. I would encourage you to protect. Again, just think about like all the ways in which you want to protect your communications. If you're not using Signal, use Signal. Use disappearing messages. I use that for 80% of my communications. And it's not like 100% foolproof, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good, right? How many of you have used Signal or know of Signal? One, yeah. So I would encourage you to do it. It's hard, and it's not as easy and friendly as WhatsApp, but I think it's important. There are privacy browsers out there. There are VPN clients, and here's what I would say: it's also a matter of people with whom you're in touch. So, like, I did a privacy training for, I love. My dog was just here a second ago. I love like the outdoors. I love environmental justice, climate justice issues. I'm on the board of an organization called Wildlands Network that builds like wildlife corridors. It's amazing, actually. If you go to like states like Colorado and the Midwest, you'll see these bridges. And animals use them because they know it's not safe to actually like go on the road. They know that they're likely to get hit. And so like in Durango, Colorado last year, I was with a group of people who were like tracking bears. It was like awesome. I have like the footprints, like the photos of them. And I'm on the board, vice chair of an organization called Wildlands Network. But all that to say, I did a training for environmental activists that went to COP, which is like the big sort of environmental justice, like climate change, conference. And it was in Dubai several years ago. And I told them, I was like, listen, it's not enough for you all to have privacy protections. Meaning if the people with whom you're in touch don't have privacy protections, then you're exposed, right? And so fast forward. I'm like sitting on my couch watching, I don't know, Game of Thrones or something. I don't really know. It's just late and I'm catching up on something and I get a call. And I can see it's like a foreign number. And when I get a call from a foreign number between 10 p.m. and midnight, I usually answer because that's my work. And it was an activist in Dubai and said, hey, I think I have a problem. And I was like, what happened? And they said, there was like a protest to people wanted to support LGBTQ rights in Qatar or in Dubai, sorry. Yeah, Dubai is, I think, is UAE. And they like threw pink paint on these sculptures, and now these folks have been arrested. I was like, did you participate? They're like, no. And I was like, let me guess, you're in a signal group and you're in like the organization group with them. And she's like, yes. She's like, what should I do? I was like, well, you're compromised. If you really want to be safe, you should leave now. Right? And so sometimes it's a matter of not just protecting your privacy, but protecting the people with whom you're in touch, especially if you're working on sensitive issues. So using kind of thoughtful browsers, private browsers, there are ad blockers out there. It might be creepy, right? If you're like, again, I talk about this in the Sanders video, like Google may know that like you're pregnant before your own family does, because you start searching for stuff, right? Because of the apps you use, right? Because you want to wait a couple weeks before you tell friends, right? That might sound creepy. It might feel creepy. There are ways to prevent it, right? By having private browsers, by safeguarding your privacy. And I imagine you don't want the government to know. So there are tools out there, the Electronic Frontier Foundation, ACLU. And if you're not ready to kind of do those things because you're just young people and it just seems like a burden, you want to be an instant influencer, just kidding. If you want to do that, it's up to you. At least reflect on what AI means, right? At least reflect on what it means for corporations to have this data, what it means for the government to have this data. And so here's what I'll leave you with. Another future is possible, right? So how many of you have been to Amsterdam? Has anyone been to Amsterdam? No. Okay. Amsterdam is known, right, for like its avid biking, right? There's just lots and lots of biking, right? It's like on the canals. They have famously the most famous bike garage in the world. It's like 8 levels and there's tens of thousands of bikes. And so years ago, they installed cameras all over Amsterdam because they wanted to figure out how to improve the bike lanes, right? And where bike accidents were occurring and where bike traffic was sort of reoccurring. And what they realized was that in capturing sort of bike traffic, they were also capturing people's faces. And you know what they did? They updated their technology to blur the faces. So they decided in Amsterdam that they were going to protect people's privacy. That's the opposite of what you see here, right? In England, in Europe, there's also the GDPR, meaning they have what's called the right to be forgotten. And so if somebody says something nasty about you or lies about you, like there's articles about me that says like I'm a terrorist, right? Because I support the right of people to organize peacefully in support of Khalistan. I've never taken a position on Khalistan, right? I just think that if people want to support it politically through referendums, they should have that right, right? If people are allowed to support the Ku Klux Klan, believe me, they should be allowed to go out in the streets and advocate for Sikh sovereignty, regardless of how I feel about it, right? That's protected under the Constitution. And yet there are all these people who've written, right, that you can look it up, Op India. There's a whole essay about how I've called for the overthrow of Modi, this, that, and the other, right? I mean, maybe I have called for the overthrow of Modi because he's a terrible prime minister. But the point being, right, that what do our civil rights look like, right? What does our privacy look like if we're being watched, if we're being surveilled? And again, it may seem abstract, but it's not. And I'll give you sort of, one other thought, because I think the international perspective matters. We see this in India today. Poets, people who make jokes about Modi, have been arrested, right? And charged as terrorists. Like that's what we see there. We've seen mass censorship of organizations of outlets like The Print, The Wire. And it's really dangerous. And you can say that's not going to ever happen here. And here we are. Donald Trump forcing law firms to do his bidding, right? Big tech coming in and buying CBS and rewriting the script of 60 Minutes. These are the things that are happening right now in front of us. And AI, if we're not careful, is only going to intensify and accelerate that authoritarianism. So I'll stop there and see if anyone has any questions.
I do want to add something to what you said, Professor Sethi. In terms of what you're talking about with respect to government and government surveillance. And my concern really isn't, and maybe others feel differently, but my concern is not so much, immediately about big business or any of that collecting information, but more so our government, right? And because that's where you see, for example, you see really where AI really deteriorates, right? Due process and other other civil rights gains that we have had over the course of the last 250 years, let's say. And so, can you tell us a little bit about, how you like where, knowing your history, right? Knowing that, for example, our consumer protections, our police, law enforcement, due process protections all come from, for example, the McCarthy era, where, right, and all of that, right? And for those of you who don't know McCarthy era, it's important to know that, in this country, the government has persecuted people. I mean, if you know your history, you know that this country has persecuted people, including people for example, who played certain programs on radio, for example, and those people persecuted and even executed. And so, if you understand your history and in that sense, I guess how do we protect ourselves as the citizens of this country?
Yeah.
Right?
So a few observations. One is the wall between big tech and the government is collapsing. And so that's why it's important. There's no question the government having this data is much more concerning than corporations, right? It's annoying to see, it's creepy to see an advertisement about something that you just this is real, by the way, right? Like if you don't believe me, if you have an Alexa product, right? Put it next to Spanish radio for 2 weeks. You'll start getting Spanish advertisements on your laptop. Watch, it'll happen. So we don't know how these things happen, but it's happening. And so all that saying, it's creepy, it's weird. But maybe it kind of implicates our civil rights less than when the government has it. The problem is the government is now increasingly thinking and saying, we don't need to collect this data. We'll just have corporations do it for us, right? And so what can they do? What can they do it? What can they use it for? Historically, what they've used it for, right? To persecute minorities, right? To persecute the politically marginalized, right? In Texas, they can use it if you're seeking an abortion, right? They can use it if you're supporting BLM, right? We saw, right? I mean, again, this thing with the Bishnoi gangs, right? We're going to talk about it. And I know everyone has a different interpretation. And it's good. I have to tell you, I think it's good. I think it's good it's happened. But my concern is it's very convenient because the Indian government can say, see, it was just gang violence. Amit Shah, the Home Minister of India, he wasn't involved, even though the Washington Post reports he was. Modi's number 2 knew about the assassination program. But it's very easy for the Indian government to say, oh, no, it's not. And so, again, it's this idea that, imagine, right, Canada, right, came out years ago, Trudeau on Parliament said what? Indian government was behind the assassination of Niger. Now the Canadian government last week said, actually, we're not sure. And so are we going to run into a situation where Sikhs who support Khalistan, Sikhs who organize these political referendums, are all of a sudden going to be arrested and deported? Because that's what India's wanted. And it could also be information sharing, could be intelligence sharing. Israel shares lots of intelligence with the United States. United States shares lots of intelligence with its partners. And so it's just this idea that the government having this data can use it to target political minorities, to target political beliefs it disagrees with. Donald Trump very famously, the last time he was inaugurated, when there were the Women's March and all those protests, he went to the internet browsers of all those companies and said, give me the address, the email address of every single person who visited those sites. And many of them complied because they didn't have the legal standing to oppose it, because the legal standard is so low. And so it's easy for the government to say, oh, we're not doing anything, right? It's the companies, but we got to be mindful and watchful of both. Should we just go to these questions, Simran? Yeah.
I have just a technical question. When you open up apps and the notification pops up, share location, and it's allow, don't allow, and allow while sharing, does that have any effect? Like, yeah, of course, I always choose don't allow, but is that actually doing anything, or should I get it
Yes,
again?
that's good. That's good to choose don't allow. That's good. That's a good practice. That's a good privacy practice.
And when it says share only when like the app is open, is there a major difference between that and just allow all the time?
It is. It's a big difference. So for example, like insurance will give you like your car insurance company will give you like a 20% different discount if you allow them to always track your app because your data because they sell that data. Right? So yeah, there is a big difference.
Thank you.
Yeah. Kuljit?
Hello. Thank you for being here. This is a very interesting conversation, something I'm like very interested in being a third year student in law school, especially
Oh, right
because
on.
yeah, we just finished learning in criminal law about the Fourth Amendment and unreasonable searches and seizures. But what interests me the most are these flock cameras that we're seeing everywhere.
Yeah.
And that really worries me. I've seen in the news, like a police officer in one of the states even used data from a flock camera
Yeah.
to stalk a woman. And so these flock cameras, they go beyond, what traditional Fourth Amendment searches were, where it's just reading the license plate. Don't they like, they can have, they can like even get your, they can even get your like, not just license plate, but like even scratches on your car, I heard. Is that true?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's a great example, right? Like it's always easier to build an institution than it is to take one down. And once you create this infrastructure, that's why I brought up the example of Amsterdam, right? They reversed it because they're like, wow, this is capturing too much information. It's the reverse here. The idea is just use it for one purpose, right? But now use it for all these other purposes. And so that's the issue, right? That's the concern is that police body cameras, license plate readers, flock cameras. Some of you may have seen that Super Bowl commercial. They were like, use Ring cameras, right, to find your lost pets. And then there was the big protest, which was amazing, right? It would talk about an own goal. Right. It was probably like the most unsuccessful Super Bowl advertisement in history because they rolled out this product thinking it would generate support. And then they actually canceled the product because people were like, we don't want it to be used in that way because they recognize what was going on. They say it's to be used to find missing dogs, but it can also be used to track anytime anyone walks in the neighborhood, anytime anyone visits anyone's home. So all of that's true. And so there has been some state regulation, and that's been positive. Right. There has been some state regulation. California has some good state regulation. New York has some good state regulation. Not enough, but there's been some positive stuff. Yeah, I only have an hour. I teach like a whole semester on this. So yeah. Bipinpreet, and then I'll go to the chat real quick.
Okay, sounds good. I thank you for the talk today. It's been so insightful. I'm an incoming law student at Temple this fall, and Temple University, they have a clinic. It's called the Institute for Law and Technology, where like law students can spearhead specific research programs at the intersection of tech, AI, and privacy. So I wanted to ask if you would recommend any or suggest any specific topics to pursue research on based on like your expertise or even just the talk today.
Honestly, the clinic sounds amazing. Enjoy it. I'm sure they'll give you lots and lots of recommendations and guidance there. I mean, one thing I've been thinking about, I mean, this is going to sound really, really extreme. I guess two things. I'm going to just try to be brief and move through it real quick. One is concentration of power. What do I mean by that? What I mean is that Palantir is the same company that decides, right, who in Gaza gets aid, right? They're also the same company that is behind agentic assassinations, right? They're also a company that's involved with social media advertising. It's a little concerning. The same company who is using data to execute people in Gaza or is the same company who's targeting people here. And so what does it actually mean for these tech companies to be too big to fail and have too much power? And then agentic assassination, this idea that like, when the US carries on war now, they have these unmanned drones that are basically plugged into these AI systems. And I just don't have time to talk about it, but yeah, like what an agentic assassination looks like. We're basically at a world now where like computers are basically executing people. That's what I can say. It's legally banned, but essentially it's happening.
Gotcha. Sounds good. I'll definitely look into that and I would love to
Cool. How are we doing on time? Do we have a couple of minutes or should we wrap up?
You have time.
Okay. I'll just do the last hand that's up here and then we'll go to the chat. Gurgina?
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. My name is Gurjina, and my question was about transnational repression, and it's a topic that really interests me. And I'm just wondering that, do we just see this increasing as like in the near future, or do we have any solutions in place for this? Because I just feel like the government's motive here is just to silence voices.
Yeah.
Anyone who is talking about the truth, about rights, they're just trying to like ban their accounts, send threats to them, assassinate them, or just make unlawful arrests, whether it's here or whether even in India, we see any Sikh activists who are coming up and like speaking about the truth, they're just being arrested unlawfully. And we see like Jaggi Jaw, like in England, like he was just talking about the truth and he's still in jail. Havara, like all these Sikh activists, and here like Hardeep Nijjar. So do we see any solutions coming forward, or is this just going to be increasing?
I mean, it's hard to say. I think on the one hand, I think the Indian government learned that, these assassinations crossed a line. If you look at the video, I mean, these people were so moronic that, like Indians, right? When we go to weddings, we give a gift, we like $501, $201, right? They paid the sum and added $1 on top for good luck. Right, like that's the lack of sophistication of these human beings. So, I mean, the good news is that people are not being assassinated. The bad news is transnational repression. Sorry. They were, to be clear, they were, right? Nijjar was assassinated. There were probably dozens of other people, if the Indian government had their way, would have been assassinated. There are allegations and rumors that there are a few different people in California who were caught up in what may have been TNR. We don't know it for sure. So I would say that's a silver lining. I do think the online repression is here. I mean, maybe I'm a victim of TNR with my ex account. I don't know. I mean, I think as a Sikh activist in America, I probably have one of the 3 largest followings, and right now I don't have access to that account, and they're threatening to permanently ban it, right? Like, I use that account 80% to just amplify Sikh issues. I don't know. Are our gurdwaras under surveillance? Sure. Are our community organizations under surveillance? Sure. And so it's become more diffuse. That's what I would say. So, what we now know is that, Jakara, an organization based in California, the executive director, in a meeting, between sort of Hindutva aligned elements in California and local law enforcement in California, California prosecutors, they called the executive director of this organization, who's running for city council, who was the superintendent of schools, I believe, a terrorist. Right? Like that happened. That happened last year. Deep Singh, the executive director of Jakara, was called a terrorist. You can look it up, Sacramento Bee. And so it's just working in more diffuse ways because the Indian government's gotten a little wiser about it. They got a little wiser and they realized that, like if we're going to do this, we better have people do our bidding for us. In California, there was going to be a TNR law. It didn't pass because certain elements intervened and stopped Gavin Newsom literally from signing it. So yeah, I mean, we could have state laws, we could have federal laws. We need more enforcement. I will say that, like, I think the Bishnoi gang DOJ prosecutions are good. I know that you guys, I think, are going to hear from, AG Dillon soon, and that's a positive thing. But yeah, my concern is something else going on behind the scenes.
Can I address that point? Can you see me? Can you hear me?
I think 2 people are talking.
Okay. It's Wanda. I don't know if I'm on. Bhupinder, can you take me off mute? Bhupinder, keep me off mute, please. I want to address 2 points that are being made here, and something that we have a little bit experience with, and I hear an echo. And I apologize for that. Okay, I keep getting.
Wanda, you're on 2 separate devices and they're both on. That's why I had to mute the other.
Okay, let me see. I just want to hold on. Okay. How's that?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if my camera is on, but anyway. So I want to address 2 points. One is the issue of transnational repression. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I keep getting muted.
Wanda, we have to mute you. We can hear you on the one that you're using. Please continue.
So on the issue of transnational repression, I can tell you that, through our work here at United Sikhs, we have realized that there are, sometimes not knowing the background, right, of some of this, of why these things happen, right, is confusing and can lead to sort of, people feeling like, there are things that are happening and they don't know why they're happening. But on the issue of I want to speak first of all, on the issue of transnational repression and our work on that and what we've learned, and also on the issue of what we're calling, sort of social media sanctions, right? Very quickly. And on transnational repression, someone called our helpline and said, we're having this problem. There are these lead, these trucks with lead TVs, sort of talking about Sikhs and sort of, inciting violence against Sikhs. And so we went and investigated and went through all of that investigation. And this happened in Norwich, Connecticut. And that information sort of led later on to complaints from from other folks talking about how a New York ambassador from India was engaging in conduct that is, let's call it, beyond the conduct that would give them immunity. And so we reached out to the FBI and we said, look, this ambassador is issuing these letters right outside of their jurisdiction. They were in New York and they were issuing letters to people in Connecticut, inciting sort of, animosity towards Sikhs in Connecticut that had passed a resolution on the 1984 issue. Soon thereafter, after United Sikhs had communicated with the FBI that they should investigate this ambassador, then the FBI eventually found the assassination attempts and all that. And I tell you all this because, it's important to know. It's important to know, why things are happening and where they come from. So that's one issue. The other issue is the issue of as I said, the suppression or the sort of, Sikhs not having or being accounts being social media accounts being canceled. We had a case where an organization came to us and said, hey, our account has been and not one but various accounts, UK, United States, Canada. And so we investigated and we got on the phone with some of the higher ups at Facebook. And, the explanation for the sanctioning on those particular accounts, and I'm talking about this was probably 5 or 6 years ago, and maybe things have changed. But what the explanation that we got from higher ups, the headquarters of Facebook at the time, was that anyone who had words like Sikhai, or any words that were connected to the Sikh community, right? But in Turkish meant something else. So, the algorithms were picking up, people's sort of messages or communications on social media, and they were picking, and the algorithms for Facebook were picking up curse words and associating them with curse words, and that's why they were closing these accounts. And we quickly, explained, look, obviously, if a Sikh is saying Sikh, it doesn't mean something else, right? It means just that. And that is something that you need to fix with your algorithm. So I'm saying this because why it's important for organizations like United Sikhs, right, to exist, right? It's important for us to be here so that we and you all as, students and, and volunteers for United Sikhs to be here listening to the community about what's happening and then investigating, because that is, the key, right? That's key. Knowing and information is key. I want to say one other thing about what Professor Stephanie has been saying about AI. There's no way of stopping AI, just as there was no way of stopping television and radio back in the day, right? But there are things we can do. There are things that we can do, like, for example, our government is having a hard time sort of catching up with a lot of this technology, right? So that, for example, our consumer protection laws, our privacy laws are not catching up as quickly as these technologies are sort of, procreating, let's call it, right? I mean, every day you pick up your phone or you pick up your you open your computer, there's something else that, is either helpful, right? But at the same time could be harmful. But I want to say one other thing before, and I'm sorry, Professor Sethi, for interrupting, but one of the biggest concerns I have about AI is, and the collection of data that Professor Sethi is talking about, is the issue of probable cause, right? We all know that with someone mentioned the Fourth Amendment, the issue of probable cause is very concerning for someone for anyone, right? Because typically with, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, including Professor Sethi, probable cause, a police officer, right, need probable cause to come into your home, right? Needs probable cause to arrest you, right? And in order to have probable cause, right, they need some kind of consent, right, or some kind of, right, but where they already have information that doesn't come from the arrest itself, right, we can see how the deterioration of our due process of all of the civil rights and the human and civil rights that we've gained as against government is starting to sort of melt down, let's call it. And that, again, that is why it's important for all of us to sort of speak up, become involved, speak up and become involved. It's really what we need to do.
Thank you so much, Wanda. I just wanted to keep everyone assigned to the time. And please, Professor Sethi, continue with any last remarks.
Yeah, I mean, just really, really quickly. I mean, some of these last questions here. Yeah, I mean, I do think, as Wanda just said, right, like TV, like the internet, like calculators, right, the technology isn't going anywhere, and it's just about figuring out what the appropriate guardrails are. I do think more people, like if we're going to combat this, we need lawyers, we need policymakers, we need technologists, we need a whole ecosystem. And then, yeah. Yeah, sorry to kind of make you ask you all to tweet at X, but while you're here and we're talking about it, yeah, I mean, I would just say, I mean, you guys are all here, and that's extraordinary and that's exceptional. Just figure out what your niche is. Some of you may make civil and human rights core to who you are, and that's beautiful. Others of you may not. You may decide that your career is different, but that doesn't mean you can't make a difference. That doesn't mean you can't give back. That doesn't mean you can't use these technologies appropriately. That doesn't mean you can't be an agent of change in your gurdwara, in your workplace, in your community. And so it's very easy sometimes to just punt. And United Sikh is amazing, and Sikh Coalition, they all do great work, and I'm glad they're there. But they're no substitute for the community itself. And that's you all. And that's you all doing the work, and that's you all organizing and being mindful and being conscientious, of all of the issues that we're going to discuss, that you all are going to discuss today and throughout the week. So thank you so much.
So before you go, Professor Sethi, Kampaji, who is our next speaker, is one of our amazing humanitarian aid seva volunteers. He has put a question. So Kampaji, can you please unmute yourself and ask your question?
Yeah.
Thank you for everybody being here. I also go through that, what the process you're talking about. I've gone through, but means the challenges are always there. And I was just asking, since you guys are much more than IT on this part, WhatsApp account, even nowadays, it is happening like last 3 months, it has been happening. Whenever we try to share access message I have a lot of group, like 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 almost connections. So I try to share that information to them, and it blocks me every time for 24 hours. So I call them, and even not call them, you can only message them and unrestriction, but it takes 24 hours. And I'm like, hey, if I can pay for service and do something, is there any way around it?
I wish I had a better answer for you, but WhatsApp is totally compromised. The way to think about it is WhatsApp in India operates with the blessing of the Modi government, period.
Yeah, it has been happening since last 6 months, I would say.
Yeah.
Not before. Before it wasn't a problem.
Yeah. And I think you're going to just see further entrenchment, right? I mean, what they're doing with X over there, the new censorship rules that are being considered. I think it's probably only going to get worse. And so part of it is just thinking through what, and it's hard because WhatsApp is the primary channel through which so many people communicate. But are there other alternative channels that you can use, but easier said than done? So I'm really sorry.
Is my turn now?
Well, I just want to, thank Professor Sethi one more time for your time and your amazing expertise. And I think hopefully our students have your information that if they would like to connect with you, even on socials. And I saw you requested the community to possibly speak out for you. This is a part of our advocacy because, again, First Amendment rights is something is when exactly the topic we're talking about is making sure that these voices get out there. So thank you so much, Professor Sethi, for your time. And thank you also for helping us in the other issues that we've been working on.
Yeah. Thank you all. Thank you all so much. And thank you guys again for joining and being here and putting this together. Be well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
And
I hope you continue to be a part of the Sikh Summit and see some of the other speakers, Professor, and ask questions.
Thank
Please.
you.
Okay, so I would like to introduce Kamaljeet Singh Carlo, who is one of our other humanitarian aid volunteers based in Texas. Kampaji is how we call him so endearingly, has done such amazing work all throughout the world. He's traveled to so many different places. And Baji, please introduce yourself and please take it away.
Kamaljeet, Waheguru Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Fateh. I have been around the globe for working as an engineer for the oil field and the marine ships and all that. And I was in the Navy in India 15 years, so I have been all around India also, or different places. And Humanitarian Seva, actually, we have been, I even used to, when I used to travel to such a places, like even I traveled to one time to Bangladesh, and I was not that time connected with any organization or anything. I used to take my clothes from the house, from my children, my family, and distribute over there to the poor people, just even as a visitor, just feeling like a humanitarian things needed, and even in Nigeria. And also, when I came across with United Sikhs with the Deputy Dhaliwal and me over here in Houston when the 2017 the Hurricane Harvey came over here, and all over the Canada and US, all the community gurdwaras, they send a lot of load to us over here, and we distributed the dry materials to them for what was needed for the basic stuff. And we did face, like you were talking about, we did face challenges that time. Nobody knows much about the Sikhs. We were even there was Sevadar from Seattle, Balwantpaji was there and all, and we were even stopped by somebody, because we were getting profiled, and we have to go and talk to them, explain them. And Deputy Dhaliwal was there. We all explained them, hey, we are trying to make recognize our identity. We are not trying to. Somebody thinks you are promoting the religion. Somebody saying, hey, they come from Afghanistan or this one. They are not. Then we have to explain them what the Sikhs are. And then we even, in the groups we shared about all the our teenagers group over here. They were like finding out where the needs are and where this one. And we used to go with a message and explain the things over there. So, that was a kind of challenging situation. But when we finished that almost 32 trucks of load, we distributed over here. All the, I would say, all the 50 local volunteers from Houston and Dallas came around, and we helped all the distribution part of it. And this was basically a challenge of recognizing, even I remember one time we went to the police station in Miami. We were trying to help over there in Key West, and Dhaliwal was in the uniform, and the police even suspected us if we all are some kind of group or something, and we have to introduce ourselves and explain. And then next day there was a different scene because they knew we are. So sometimes the knowledge and the power, and sometimes it's very uh, difficult to explain to the people, but you have to go through that process in a gentle way. And in my way, I explain the Sikh is a humanitarian fighter religion. Our gurus have given their life for the, for the saving other humanitarians' rights of the people, right to speak, right to for the religion and practice their faith. We are not. We told them we have not forced, and even means I go by the saying of Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji, and that's what okay, he sacrificed. So even one time I was speaking a church in Canada, and there's people asked me, and there was nothing gurdwara in that small town. Me and my son was there, and you're like, okay, we just went there, gave them some lunch and all together, and talked to them. And when I spoke to them, they say, hey. Jesus Christ or Guru Tegh Bahadur has nothing done different. Both have done the same thing, although our people are just they don't take to the media and organizing them, but not this is a needed. And since the young generations, I that kind of explanation is needed. And nowadays all the genjis they go by the information of the facts and naturally on the social media. So this is very good. Nowadays is progressing well. I'm happy about this. If I explain somebody I'm a Sikh, so then I used to go all around the globe and people didn't know who these people are. I've gone to Alaska, even Russia, even means you name the country, I've gone there for work. But I made a destination over there. Ki, hey, I am Singh and this religion, so I kind of educate the people on that. So that was the message. And plus we explain them about the langar, and I was surprised by our religious message. One time there was a group of Ukraine and Russian people. That time Russia and Ukraine was not fighting. There was like 20 people in Delhi, and they were going to Golden Temple, and means I became their guide because we were all over there for 3-4 days. And I came to know, I said, hey, you guys don't, means I told them what dress to wear. There were the women, they got their suit stitched. The man, they knew, some of them even tie the patka, different one, which one we have. So, and then evening I told them, hey, if you don't want to eat here, I can take you out because this is a Diwali festival and too many people were eating there. That I was surprised by what they told me that time. They said, we came here not for anything else, just to eat where everybody is treated equal. There is no place in the world. That time I realized what blessing Guru has given us. And we do not even know much about that. We don't feel it that way because we just, it is our routine part. We just take it for granted. But these things are making a difference. In then you tell, hey, Guru has told in Gurdwara, and Guru Kar means everybody is equal. Even Prime Minister, President, whoever comes, everybody is treated equal. And they said, that's why we came here. We want to eat in that place. I said, okay, be yourself, and we will meet up wherever you want to go and spread out, and we'll meet after on the gate at this so and so time. And it was when this after this hurricane, we just Key West and Houston. After that, I decided to go to hurricane for the Maria help in the Puerto Rico. I'll tell you why I went, what motivated me. House I have in Houston, there was a water on the door. Water came on the door of the house. So at the door, it was 1 inch more in the house. I prayed to Waheguru, and there was 10 inches of water being left by the dam. 10 inches rain was supposed to come, but in the morning, I saw nothing came in the house. And it was only my street. So I was like, hey, Waheguru has heard my ardas. I need to do something for it. And when I went to Puerto Rico, I was not knowing what to do. I went Sawalak over there. That time our team was getting ready here. So I went Sawalak over there. and I didn't know what I will do. I went over there, and as soon as I went to the meetings and all, even there are around 17 volunteers of the 4 or 5 churches of the people. They came in with me, and I became a leader for them. I like, hey, let's prepare a langar. I want to take it to Tuado area. And some people told me, hey, that is very difficult area, and you only army goes there and they throw the food with the helicopters. I said, no, these people need the food, and we need to do that. And I didn't even have to rent a car or anything. And we prepared a langar in one of the church. And that time I even didn't know, okay, humanitarian, it can be a non-veg. I just prepared whatever I told them, okay, vegetarians. And, the cook even prepared the vegetable stuff in a very good way. And when we took over there, I was surprised. Those people didn't have hot food for 11 days. We don't get a hot tea for one day, we go crazy. And that 11th day, and many of them, they asked me, why did you come? So I explained them the guru, the langar, all the culture of the langar. And they said, hey, your guru did a very, very amazing things. So I said, hey, that time I understood what is the importance of this langar, like one from this incident of the people from Ukraine, and second over there. Then I understood the more value of what we have what we have as a granted as langar. It is for the, and I was in tears to see them that after 11 days, what they're feeling about the food. And then I asked them, okay, hey, what is that problem we have? Since our local volunteers were there, the young girls, boys, and they asked, and they went on the mountain, even here and there, distributed the, packages to the seniors who cannot come to the place. And then we found out there is a water problem. So they said, hey, I think there is a pump problem. Or I said, okay, I can fix the pump. I'm an engineer. That's what I do on the sea, say, like all around the globe. So then they come back. Okay, we bought the diesel. We went into the pump. Then they said, no, generator is also not working. So I was like, okay, I can fix the generator. They said, no, this is like a PLC programming and all that stuff. I said, hey, I'm a master programmer in that, so it's not a problem. And they were like, why did you come here? I said, I didn't come. I think Guru placed me over there. And there was like a mountain water from the river. It goes 1 mile onto the one pumping station and 1 mile high to the other pumping station, where that company even they chlorinate it and send it to all the people of the five towns in the Tuado area. So we have to take the permission from FEMA, and the girl who was helping me there, she went and talked to the FEMA people, and it looked like to me she's fighting. I said, hey, we are here for Seva, we are not fighting. She said, no, I'm just talking to them. I said, okay, then your Spanish doesn't look bad than my Punjabi, and then means that we got a permission, and we were the only organization who got the permission that time. And finally, with all the local help, I was surprised with the Tuado people. This one, we were asking, hey, somebody, if we are doing help in Tuado, do you need anything in the local cities? We asked them. They said, no, what you are doing, go ahead and do that. Those people need more help than us. We are okay for today. That was like a helping nature of the Puerto Ricans. When I heard that, I was like, these people are not greedy or this one. They just want help for others. That's more humanitarian process. And they were all volunteers joined me over there where we had a sinkholes on the way. We would have gone down. Even trees, 2 trees were cut, and we have to go underneath that. So there are many pictures and video on that you guys can see. It was a challenge. And fire department, we went over there, okay, hey, which way? They said, hey, if you get stuck, we'll have to take you out. So we go with you. So they became our guide to go up on the mountain of Tuado. And we went to the highest mountain over there in the town and distributed the langar. And next day, that my other volunteers, I guided them, okay, hey, you are now Savalak. She went over there and did the langar, and she told me, you need to do the water. So I started doing the water project. And finally, I was surprised, even the batteries, there was a black market, all that going on around there. But when we went and talked to them, they just open, take what you need. If you can't pay it, and I said, no, what is genuine, we are ready to pay. So we were means local communities were very helpful to us to get the things done over there. And it was, some of the volunteers even told me we wanted to come back. We were not able to come back because their families and friends were not allowing. So it was like, hey, this crazy guy is going, so we will go with him. So it was a crazy part, all the combinations, And when we finally, when we were able to restore the water to all the way to the dam on the top, which is 2 mile high on the going through the mountains, and that was a kind of a Guru's grace. And then I understood, hey, Guru stop the water here. He wanted me to divert over here. So it was a message of like, hey, this is all, Guru's direction. And normally I work in the sea so long, like almost 20 years. So I get, when a water thinks something happens, it means a kind of means a make me feel something, is my job or some that way. So same thing when I see in Carroll, Texas, we went over there, try to this one help out. Even United Sikh people were coming from New York, but I didn't know they are coming or not. So I started at my own and got some local volunteer here, and we went over there. There was some American crowd with me, even Chinese crowd with me, and they were all, when you clear the message, they know what you are, and that's the main thing, to telling them what the Sikhs are. That's the message we have to clarify, and that's how even the churches, everybody, we have even gone. They also contribute. They also knew what we are doing and what we are trying to do. We give them all the dry supplies, clothes, children, materials, also the basic stuff to get their life on this one. And recently, I was surprised when I see the Pakistan. All the help was happening in India for the flood. By the time I see Pakistan, there was no help happening, and I see the Kartarpur Sahib Gurdwara fully 12 feet water there. And that actually boiled my blood, to see that. And when I saw the video that people were trying to do, I said, they will never get it out this way. So I decided, hey, I should go there. I talked and we arranged the things. Everybody on the operation side, Bhupender and Hardyal Paji and everybody, and Govinder, we arranged all this plan and we discussed. And I went over there, and I tell you, I was, you guys are talking about the challenges. I had a challenge. I called my son, hey, this is my will, keep it. I may not come back, because that's the challenge, you go, because I had never been to Pakistan, and it is like, what the politics has taught us. So when I went there, I was not knowing what is going to happen to me. Means if they're going to arrest you, what they're going to throw you back, or what this one. When I saw those people's, I was surprised, and I expected that Guru Nanak di Dharti to, there is only a message of love will come, and they welcome me with a love and lot of respect, and I was able to do the restoration of the generators over there with the team, our United States Pakistan team, Gurveer Paji or Hardyal Paji, and even I was surprised to see that the message of Guru Nanak is in the heart of Sikhs. It is also in the Muslim Brotherhood that same way. So they respect the Guru Nanak ji just same like us. They regard it, they love it. And they even somebody told me, hey, we don't think Guru Nanak is yours, we think it is ours. I said that's an amazing thing to hear, and that's what finally 4 generators. It was not easy to get in the market. People told me it will take, the thrower restoration will take like 3 months to 4 months minimum to get the parts. But as an engineer, I have little more surprising talents. So I like, hey, no problem. I'll modify the system, whatever matching things I get, I can arrange all that. And in fourth day, we were able to, restore. And fifth day, we did all the trial, explain the people. And even though they didn't have any drawing, everything was gone in the water. No workshop, no material, no tools. So we bought everything from there and arranged the project in a very short time. It was a total 9 day trip for me. That was planned. And fifth day, I had all this restoration, and then we could do the medical camp over there. And and I still remember the one of the boy telling me my mom didn't let me catch my toy. It was floating, and he was on the roof with his mom. His mom said, "Let it go." That's kind of means a that I understand as a boy what the toy will mean to him. That's the whole word to these children that time. And we were able to help the medical camps, also the you know uh, medical camp, also we have taken animal food to the places. Also the local Sevadar Jaspal Paji was there. He's a very activist, Sikh activist. And Maninder Paul, the cricketer, and all that. We took care of, gave a message of seva to the community. And they even Rotary Club, they arranged a little welcome for me and regarded me, and I was all over the news. And my mom was kind of saying, "Hey, you are in the news." It's a Although I had Indian friends, of groups of friends, some of them boycott me because I go to help there. I said, "Hey, Red Cross goes both way to put the to take care, to put the bandage. It doesn't matter whether you are this side or that side, and it is a seva message." So, and it was sometime it is when you're doing seva, it is very challenging. Even cutting off the the like what I would say, you are under threat sometimes, but you have to be strong enough to bear that. That's the willpower you have to have. And I am happy that you are here. That's what shows up, encouragement. And and I was thinking, hey, I don't know what I will be able to do. And Guruvinder and Hardyal Baji, they told me, hey, we have a confidence. Once you go there, it will be done. you know. So it's like all the confidence, everything, Vaheguru Kirpa, and the courage. That's sometimes is more motivating you than as a Sikh, that you have to be strong. So yeah, that's giving up is not an option. That's what I take it as. And that's a message of seva. I would request you all to join us with the projects anytime. And just if you feel, I am a kind of guy, I work as a field service engineer for many years. My phone is 24-hour on. So sometimes if somebody tell me, hey, somebody you don't want to talk, I said, hey, if I don't want to talk, I'll tell the person I don't want to talk to you, but I'll pick up the phone no matter what. And that's that's kind of seva message you should have in this in it is already as a Sikh, it is integrated into us. So we have to just put it out and do the right thing and do the seva in a very humble way. Thank you. Vaheguru Ji Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Fateh. And any questions, please feel free to ask me. And people ask me, hey, what is your next project? I say, hey, whole world is one place for Guru Nanak. So wherever the need is, we will have to go and do our right seva there.
Yeah, thank you so much, Paji, for all of your time and insight and all of the amazing seva that you do. There are literally no words. I have had the privilege to work side by side with Paji, and I can vouch that he will get it done. I don't care. He doesn't take no for an answer. And if I say no, Paji, this isn't gonna work, shut it up in there, let me get it done, and he will guaranteed get it done. I don't care what it is. So just to reiterate the fact that when Paji went to Pakistan, during last year's floods. I'm sure you guys are all aware of the devastation that Pakistan encountered, especially at, Kartarpur Sahib, which is one of, a really significant holy spot for the Sikhs. And to see the damage and devastation that occurred was really, really, sad to see. But when Paji was like, I'm going to go there, I can get it done. 7 generators, he's like, I got this. And, like how he said that he, signed his last will and testament to his family, because knowing the political climate in Pakistan and not knowing whether or not, how how it was going to turn out for him. And something like that is deeply, deeply emotional, because when you give your life to seva in that way, it's truly, I'm getting emotional too just talking about it, because I know you have such a lovely family, and you've done such an amazing job. And I give you, I do ardas for you, that Maharaj always keeps you in such chardi kala, and you continue doing the seva for all of humanity. It's not an easy job, and just being in Pakistan, and we're just really grateful that our volunteers in Pakistan were just as warm and inviting and accommodating, to make sure that all of the seva could be done, and all of the sangat that was around there, that was able to help, make it happen. And there's so many people that this particular project was able to help, delivering medicines and food and supplies, and just letting them know that someone is there to help care for them. I think it's truly amazing.
Yeah, I'd like to comment on something as well, Bhupinder. Thank you. I think that, bringing it home to what we're doing today, right? And thank you, Cam, for joining us. You're the best. I always say that about you. And I think the message for Cam and for us today is giving up is not an option. I can say that, Cam's work, for example, in Puerto Rico, when the government itself was unable to assist the people of Utuado, Puerto Rico, after Maria, which was I think it was a category 8, which devastated the entire island, to the point where for months, not weeks, not hours, but for months, the people of Puerto Rico had no water, had no electricity, and the government was saying that they could not help. I hear stories from, some of the church people, about Cam's work there and the volunteers there. And, when he says giving up is not an option, he means giving up is not an option, because his expertise put him in the place where he could help, right? And he didn't, and even where the government was saying, for example, the water authority was saying, we can't fix that pump. Cam went in and said, I can fix it. And he got whatever he needed to get that pump fixed, and give water to people who had been without water or could be without water for a long, long period of time. So that's a lesson for all of us, that giving up is not an option. That when we talk about AI, when we talk about what we can do for others, what we can do for humanity, that sometimes hitting yourself against that wall is something that we have to do as volunteers, as civil rights and human rights advocates. So thank you, Cam, for your presentation today. Very much appreciated. We appreciate you greatly.
Thank you for everybody. And also I would like to share that United Sikh is a platform where you can do seva with your talent. Even you are medical, you are accountant, you are even a social media speaker, or engineer, even building houses, all that, whatever talent you are, this is one of the platform where, and it's a modern way, and you guys will take it ahead. I'm very happy about it, and I wish everybody best of luck. Satwai Khalsa, Vaheguru Ki Fateh.
Before you leave, Baji, I would like to open the floor, and for anybody who wants to ask any questions, feel free for our AHA students to unmute yourself and ask a question, and anybody else in the chat, please.
Someone asked before, how do you become a volunteer? Kim, can you share with us and with the students how so maybe one of your projects took off? How do you find volunteers? How do you engage volunteers? The significance of sort of maybe even having a will before you go and all of that, or maybe I can touch on that and what that means at some point. But if you can share that with us, that would be.
The becoming a volunteer, actually, there is a process, but I did not worry about me and Dhaliwal and Sunny. We came like a unique volunteer, but there is a process as a modern word. When with the education, we should understand that. And I even call her before going to Pakistan. I call her there, Paji, send me the documentation. He said, "Oh, you already filled up." I said, "No, I don't remember filling up what I have filled up before, so I want to keep it." And that's and plus you have once you have a support. I was already that back support when I went to Puerto Rico, the first time, and some people were reluctant to go with me, and I was determined I have to go. And I had a blind supporters like Daliwal, Sunny Pajier, and Ardyal and Baji ne apne Virginia to, I had a blind supporter of them. Okay, they are behind me. So that kind of, once you have that kind of encouragement, and plus you have a willpower, so it doesn't matter the process. But I normally engage the volunteer in the group, in the WhatsApp group, and go with that information. When I if it is in my contact, I normally message them I was telling them my WhatsApp can get blocked. Okay, hey, restricted message for 24 hours. But I try to share it that way, and also tell them, okay, hey, we want to say with your talent, what is possible. So, uh, there was like a cook. She went with us. She used to cook very good food in Key West. That we were taking the langar, and every day the sevadars were eating what is left over come from the. And that day she prepared, and nothing came back because they said, hey, that's a talent. What talent? And I don't know about cooking anything. I went to do a langar in Puerto Rico, and I didn't know much cooking. I only took with me like a noodles, bags of noodles and all that. Okay, maybe I can just boil the water somehow and do that. But I was able to provide a langar with all the help of the other people, volunteers over there. So this is kind of thing. Once you start, it will automatically team up and try to engage and keep the. Sometimes the information is very important. Little information sometimes uh, is like, hey, this is what you should do. Like, hey, I tell you that I was over there, and Daliwal told me, hey, go to the fire department, engage over there because people are getting stuck there. So that kind of information is everything. All your talent you can as a combined team, we will be great. We can do anything possible.
And
Sorry. I also had a question, or I wanted to say that like your journey and like just like seeing like your motivation and like how much willpower you have is like so inspirational to me. And something like I really admire is how like you highlighted the importance of like spreading awareness of us Sikhs and the importance of like making us known, and not only doing that through like words and like telling people who we are, but also like through direct action, like showing people this is what we do, not just telling them, but actually doing it. And I think that's such an important thing. And that like really motivated me that like I want to be like you. And like, how can I like spread awareness like you? Like, just like doing like little acts in my community. Like, that's like such an amazing and beautiful thing, especially seeing how you bring communities together. And
When I went over there, everybody's message is seva. Everybody's, all the organization, even there were churches and they were all frustrated because, hey, government was not doing anything. And one I already said that there was nothing, no help from the government. Even the army people told me they don't have tools to help us anything. So it was not. We didn't wait for government, and that time it was like no water over there, no water supply, no electric supply. I slept in the dark, for this one. But it was like, hey, we have to do it. And it was more as soon as I connected where I was doing the living in the Airbnb, they told me there is no water. I said, no problem, just as a place to stay there. And that girl and the boy, they joined my team after talking to them. Okay, what for I came to have this one. And then when we went to the meeting in the FEMA over there, and there was all churches, they were all waiting for their supplies are coming. You know how long the supply took? Our supply reached after 3 months. We don't know other people's. It might be more. We try to rush every time, ask them, and it was reached in 3 months. But we were already done by that. And there is sometimes you have to come over the political part, like getting permission from FEMA. That girl had more energy than me, to talk and get it done. There's this one, I was like, hey, I thought she's fighting, That's what she said. No, I'm just speaking the Spanish. I said, okay, that's okay then, and because it appeared to me. But that once we got the permission, after that, I think nobody got a permission other than us that time. Because politicals comes in there, they want to sell the water in bottles, and these 5 tons got the water in home. So you have to come over all this aspect sometime, So, but if you are motivated, doing the right thing, and keeping humble yourself is a great. You will be on the right track. Otherwise, there are too many politics. I try to avoid them, although they will bash into you, But you have to be strong to take it and avoid it and go in the right way.
Thank you so much. That was really helpful.
Any other questions? Siriati, maybe?
Hi, yes. I just wanted to add, first of all, thank you for everything that you do. Hearing about all of the seva that you've done and how you've helped so many people is so inspiring to me. I wanted to ask, what does it actually look like to run disaster relief on the ground? And what does United Sikhs do that FEMA or government agencies can't?
Means a government agency processes sometimes. Our process is also lengthier, but we try to go in the faster way. But government process means like Pakistan, we went. Those people have to come up at themselves, because 12 feet water in the house, everything is gone. So when volunteers went over there before me, they went in the boats. So when the water was down, we went over there. Those people have nothing. So that time to think right. If you go there and you just moral support them, that is also a great help to person. Although they have to retrieve themselves by later on with all the resources, we can only do limited stuff because we are all volunteers. We don't have our stuff to take care on the back. So sometimes it is like I've been doing some project plannings before, so I kind of do the things in my way. Hey, plan my talent in that way. Hey, everything is in the general way. What is the budget and everything taking together. But as a humanitarian, this one I have seen that basic needs mostly after the Houston is raining very badly today also. So basic thing is keeping everybody safe and dry. So basic supplies. So say when I went to Kerrville, I just loaded a truck with some water and this one some dry supplies and took it. My friend, she told me, no, you need to take pillows. I didn't know the pillows are that important, but when I went there, the pillows, everybody take it. So every information, sometimes, and it was like first thing, people didn't pick up the water there because of the pillows, and firefighter even came there. Hey, I am sleeping over here in the in the center, so I need the pillow. So these things, all this helps out as a team and communication, and also the plan. We tell them we make a plan ourselves, and it is a sense of responsibility. We all have to take it ourselves too, and since we have a team here, we can guide each other, and that's more important than and giving a right message. Plus, mostly challenges are very high sometimes, that why you are here, why this one. We have heard all this a lot, and we have to explain them. And communication is the key for that.
Thank you,
I
Baji.
want to also add to what Cam's saying about, Cam is on the ground and our volunteers are on the ground, but in the background there are like people like us, or like me who, for example, I can tell you that, for the Ukraine, as Cam pointed out, United Sikhs was the first organization on the ground, for when the Russian-Ukraine war broke out, and we saw a lot of refugees coming across into Medica from Ukraine. And and I got a call from Hagil Singh, who is our founder at United Sikhs here, and you'll meet at some point. And he said, Wanda, we need access. We need, how do we get that? And so what we did was we reached out to some of the ambassadors there in Medica and told them, about United Sikhs. I think they knew about United Sikhs already because we've been doing this for quite a while. And it was pretty easy to get, to get them to understand that we were going there to help, that there wasn't going to be, there wasn't going to be help from any other place, and that we have, while limited resources, we did have the resources to set up camp, that then later other organizations came and joined the effort. So there are various processes, and yes, I'm the process lady. I'm the one who tells you, okay, I need your NDA, I need this document from you, I need that document from you, or someone on my team. But you as volunteers, if you ever are interested in, and these are all sort of facets, right, of things you can do depending on what your interests are, what your expertises are. You can be the administrators, you could be the volunteer people, you could be so many options, so many ways to be involved. So we're glad that you're here and that you're hearing all this, so that you can see all of the possibilities. So, and I think just Karan is next up, Bhupinder, for a question.
If it's okay with you, we'd love to have you start your video so we can see you, if that's okay.
Yeah, give me a moment. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ. First of all, I really want to appreciate Mr. Combs for doing a lot of things for the community, and especially spreading the words like what does Seva and Sikhi mean in the community. And just to be, I need one knowledge to like a guidance. Like I know, like my sister Bhupinder Kaur also know that I'm working on that stuff too. Like I'm also planning to open my own like non-profit organization too. Like, and my question come over here is like, what motivated you like to come on this path, and then how you started it, and then like I know like we do need a budget too, like on the first time. Like, so what difficulties you faced during the first moment when you started this organization, and how you collect the budget, how you collect the fund and everything?
So I think that's like a little technical question that we'll ask our founder, who Hardalbriji is here, and we'll ask him. Kampaji, you wanted to add something?
I wanted to say that because I got many people were in Houston when I saw that after the hurricane were trying it, and many of them registered it and cannot do the things, because it's not easy to run an organization. And I would say, if you are with the United Sikh, you have a team behind. You have an operation manager, legal team, guidance of the material supply. And that way we are able to achieve more. Even if, I tell you, I wanted to go to Puerto Rico, nobody was ready to go with me that time. Nobody was ready to go with me, Pakistan, but some people even backed up at the last moment. So there are reasons for that, that's what is very difficult on that part. But if I was determined, hey, I have to go with United Sikhs, there was when I was going to Puerto Rico, there was some other organization calling. I said, if I go with them, my Sikhi message doesn't go. There was like a Red Cross and all the people were there. Hey, you can go with us and we will take. I said, no, I want to go with them. That way, we have come a long way in the United Sikhs, of being a UNO recognized and this one and that. There's a lot of legal issues, which I think Wanda will be more able to explain that. But sometimes we just ask, that's a teamwork, we just ask her, can we do this? Can we go to that meeting? Can we, because it's a lot of politics, we want to avoid that. And we want to go in just our Sikhi and Seva message. Otherwise, people will try to, profile you in another way and all that. So as I shared before, we faced, I mean said this that we were distributing and those people have nothing because everything was gone in the Hurricane Harvey, and we were standing there and people were in line, and one lady comes and she tell them, hey, these people are Afghanis or terrorists or all that, don't take anything from them. How you handle that? So we were all 4 or 5 people over there explaining ourselves, Dhaliwal, Bulwant Paji, and they said everybody, as a one person you cannot do, is you have to make a team. So to making the team is already here. So you want to do seva, there's unlimited options. It means say you want run organization. See, I've gone Savalak everywhere. So, but there's a team behind that you need, that you have here. I would say do that way and see further. You are a young guy, you can further learn yourself and do from the experience more, and you will be able to hire on this.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Actually, I think this would be a really good segue. Hardayal Riji, are you here? Are you available?
Yes, I am, but for a few minutes, actually, I'm traveling. So,
Okay.
but I can give a few minutes if
Okay.
I'm not taking anybody's time.
Let me just give a quick, brief introduction. Hardayal Riji is one of the founding fathers of the United States. I know he's traveling, he's always got things going on, but deeply, deeply honored not only to be a part of this organization, but to be able to do seva under the umbrella of United Sikhs and know that firsthand that the work all of us are doing here and the volunteers that all of us have actual tangible impact that has happened throughout the world. And okay, please continue, Hardayal Riji.
I'd like to thank everyone for coming in. I'm sorry for the noise if you're hearing. It's at the airport, so but I won't take much time. I'd like to thank everyone who's here, and specifically the folks who arranged this. Big thanks to Kampaji. He's an amazing, amazing person, and has done a lot of work. I'll start with Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. When we helped establish United Sikhs, it was never about creating another organization. It was more about ensuring that the people, the Sikhs living everywhere, had a voice, that a community would stand for justice, and that seva would extend beyond the walls of the Gurdwara into every part of the society. So that was, when the noise starts in the behind, I'm going to mute. So the challenges, that we face then were no different than what we face them today. But the need remains just as great as we see things. Our community continues to face humanitarian crisis, discrimination, mental health challenges, and the responsibility of preserving identity while serving humanity. That work now belongs to your generation as much as it did to ours. So the Sikh Summit is more than a conference. It is an opportunity to learn from those who came before you, connect with your fellow changemakers, and discover how your own skills and passions can become instruments of sale. Whether your path is medicine, law, business, technology, public service, or education, Sikhi has a place for you to lead. I think Kampaji also mentioned that earlier. So my hope is that you leave the summit with more than inspiration. I hope you leave with knowledge, meaningful friendships, and the confidence to step forward when a community needs you. Leadership is not defined by a title, as it is always said. It is defined by your willingness to serve others with humility, courage, and compassion. If you have these qualities, you become a leader yourself. I mean, people will call you a leader. It, and therefore, just the title itself is important, required. You need it in terms of incorporation and other locations. But you can only preserve that if you have these qualities with you, or build these qualities, within yourself. So the future of United States, the way I think about it, is that it will not be built by the founding members alone. It will be built by each one of you. When you arrive at the Sikh Summit, you come ready to engage fully, ask questions, participate in discussions, challenge the ideas that are presented here, and build meaningful connections. You should seek out opportunities to get involved, whether through volunteering, advocacy, or collaboration with others who share your passion for service. But I would also say that do not let your journey end when the summit concludes. Take what you learn here and turn it into action in your own community. Stay connected with the people you meet, continue to support United States initiatives, and commit to ongoing seva in whatever form your skills allow you to do so. Step forward, take the initiative, and be the leaders who carry this mission forward. So, one conversation, one thought, one project, even one act of service at a time. And Pupinder Penji can talk more about that. And Wanda has a lot of information about various conversations leading to ICRA, and which you'll hear about how this models got created. So you have the power to shape the future of the community for generations to come. And that this is something very seriously, I believe, and I mean it. Never underestimate yourselves. So I look forward to seeing you there in the summit. I'll be joining in and out when I reach my destination. And with that said, wish you all the best. And thank you for everyone for attending the summit, and especially to the volunteers who helped shape this and present this as going forward today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Baji, sharing for that. And Jaskaran, I wanted to point out something here. What happened is Bhupender and me were discussing with some people here, and they were like, hey, pick up a point that what you want to do. You want to do legal stuff, you want to do seva, this one. I said, hey, United Sikhs is a platform where you can do anything. If you want to do a project, bring it up, and I'm sure there is no problem with doing seva project, whichever form you like, because some are like, hey, you do medical, like there are organizations which only do the legal stuff, which do the only medical. But United Sikhs, we have a platform, we do everything. So we can pick up, see, what engineering project I pick up, that nobody has that. So it's your talent, what you pick up, what you think, and have a determination strongly, and you will be more determined on that and successful on this.
Thank you so much, really. Thank you for all the information. Thank you.
I'm going to echo that. You can do anything at United Sikhs. You can do humanitarian aid. You can do education. You can do legal work. You can do pretty much anything you want here at Legal Aid. Because we're not a bureaucracy. We do have processes, as Pam and I have been saying, but if you reach out to us with whatever interest you have, we and just to recap, we have the Humanitarian Aid and Sikh Aid, which is the SEGA that Cam was talking about. We have the ICRA, which is the International Civil and Human Rights Advocacy Directorate, which is the legal arm of United Sikhs, which will eventually, or in this year, grow into a legal center. But we also have SEED, which is Community Empowerment and Education, and that's a part of United Sikhs that needs the most help, I would say, because it is the part that someone mentioned doing little projects in your community. There's so much that you can do. Like, let me give you an example of some of the work that the United States has done in the past. United States has, for example, provided sewing classes, for example, to women in India who needed some kind of way to earn a living. But Pinda can talk about some of the work that she's done as well. Tea parties to raise funds for important projects. You name it, you come up with the idea, and we'll help you make it reality. Okay.
Yeah, I think one thing that we should have mentioned a little bit earlier is that United Sikhs has three main wings in which we operate. Humanitarian aid, which Kamaldeep Baji went into great detail and showed the examples of the humanitarian aid work that we're doing, whether even in Punjab right now, right? Literally the second where the floods are coming. We have done proactive work. We've built 17 studs that would help mitigate this next monsoon flooding that's about to come. So hopefully all of the donations that came in, all of the volunteers that helped, build this project will have actual tangible results. And so we don't only do humanitarian aid, we also have our legal wing. And as Wanda will explain even in greater detail, all of the court cases that we've been dealing with just this morning, bright and early for me, was some employment discrimination that was related to our Sikh articles of faith, and there's multiple of those that we have dealt with. And again, the trucking issue, in which over 200,000 truckers have lost their licenses, and just the other day, Wanda was able to go to speak with the FMCSA and the DOT and let the drivers' voices be heard where it matters. And I mean, there's in France, not only in America, but in Canada and France, and all these amazing landmark cases that United Sikhs was able to fight and win. Again, as long as the more information that we'll be able to give is, when you're more involved, you'll be getting that more information. And then so we don't only do humanitarian and legal, we also do community empowerment. This summit here is part of that community engagement and education, in which we want to build up young leaders with their careers. And I'm not sure if you guys know, but we also have a 24-hour helpline that is managed by United Sikhs staff, and we are a resource line for people who are going through whatever type of crises, and if they need help with legal, or if they need help with family issues, or if they just want someone to talk to, that Umeed helpline is there for them. And so I know there's other organizations that kind of specialize in in one field or another, but I think United Sikhs is a good place as a one-stop shop for you, because these issues aren't usually independent. They are interconnected. So if someone's facing some type of family issue, there may be legal issues involved. And, there could be discriminatory practices where it comes to, humanitarian aid, just, disasters, and, legal things that could ask. So all of these things are interconnected, and it's really good to know that an organization, and I think that's one of the reasons I'm so proud to work, for United Sikhs and be able to do Seva with United Sikhs, is because that we are able to help people, like, actually. It's not just a bunch of talk, and just seeing that you guys being so engaged, it's really, really heartwarming. And again, thank you to Hardeal Riji for giving us his time and this amazing platform. Yeah, thank you. Does anybody have any questions so far for any of us? Me, some of our teams here, Wanda?
I do have a comment. And that is that we had the agenda shows that we had the U.S. And I sent a text message, but just for at 3:00 we were expecting. We are muted. Am I muted?
You're not muted, Wanda. No, you're not muted.
All right, I'm a bit confused because my computer is saying I'm muted. All right, so anyway, I don't understand. I'll hopefully get that straightened out. But we were expecting the U.S. Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon at 3 p.m. today. Unfortunately, we had to reschedule her for Wednesday. So she will join us on Wednesday. So we have a break from now until 4 p.m. when we are joined by Jaspreet Kaur, who is an immigration attorney who will speak to us about immigration issues. Bhupinder, I don't know how we want to fill in this time. I tried to find someone else to sort of fill in, so I'm glad that
I want to share something.
To join us. And yes, of course.
I want to share. There's something, because what is there? Everybody is confusing sometimes the seva. I tell you, even our Gurdwara sometimes organization need help. I tell you that in Houston we had all the people go to court and all that. We try to avoid that. We try to guide them, bring them together, which is, I think, toughest work for me. To but with the support of my local friends and volunteers, and we were able to bring it together because, bringing two parties, Punjabi party together, how it looked like. We all know about that. It's not easy, but that work, and they means being a neutral partner is difficult when you have both sides are your brothers, and they're trying to, those things takes a long way. If the problem get resolved, it takes a long way. It happens through the community progress. And even one time, some people, my son was telling me one time, he got bullied at school, and I needed to talk to him, and I needed someone like you to talk to him because you understand better this way. That's a great help. Sometimes people, from each other we get, because I cannot understand the teenager's perspective. I say, hey, how you get bullied? He said, Dad, nobody can bully you. I said, no, people bully me, but I take care of it, right away. So these things are everyday. Seva is everyday things. You talk to somebody's bringing him to Chardi Kala is more thing, to bring, and that means I tell you that I go to Gurdwara. Before I was not going every time because I was, but then I had to go because of resolving this issue. I have to go every Sunday. Even I was working 2 hours away, I come there to this Gurdwara because I had a commitment that I have to resolve this problem between these two, and that takes a hard work traveling back and forth every time, and I was able to do that. And what happens when we needed support, all that, and there other gurdwaras, they have a funds, and some people tell me that, hey, even my family members, somebody told me, okay, this all this, you guys are making videos, making this is a drama, all that. I say, hey, if my drama promotes some means funds for the people to give for the good cause, also bring some volunteer and motivate them to seva, this is a good thing, we should do it. So there is a always you will have a little leg pulling part, even that happens in our community or any community, it happens, but we taking care of that is all teamwork. And I tell you, the Bhupender, she tell Umid for this one. I said, Umid line is only Bhupender line. She's 24/7 available on that one, and she's on the phone and all that. Like, hey, you need some help, she's getting some help from friends, but I said she need help on that because 24/7. I said, because one time she has a truck driver problem, another time she has a other problem, and hearing that is half of the resolution. Sometime, at least somebody's to hear. So this help is unlimited. There's this platform. We have every kind of project you want to do. You can own the project. You tell us what to do, and we will all get to it. Whichever way the best possible. So it is like this kind of platform we didn't have. People were doing it own, and there are my friends who were doing it own in California. When I told them join me, they come and join us, and they were happy to be see us, what is the motivation done and what is the seva done. And they saying, when the California fire happened, even I was there for a short time, but they continued after that. Puerto Rico, I only went for a week, but it continued for 3 months, the seva. So there is process of continuation which needs all the teamwork behind, and it's not easy. I see the Bhupender one time. I like, hey, how do you handle this 24/7? This phone rings unlimited. Somebody's calling from India, somebody's calling from here, and there's one woman line. So especially the young girls, I would like to, hey, help her out on that. That's that kind of. So if you at least bring 5 truck driver, this is the information, this is their case. 5 of these people, this is their case. So that will segregate the things, and that will align. That's a great help. We all can in the team up. Although I am not good on that part, so I means everybody has their own talents, So we want to brush up the talents and bring it up and use that way in your own project. You own the project, and that way you take the responsibility. Hey, I will have to do it, and that's a way to go. Christina, you
Justin,
like to
go
add?
ahead, please. You have your hand raised.
Yeah, that's thank you, Uncle. I really appreciate that. Like, that's what I'm like trying my best. Like, my main focus is right now is like to educate our community, because the main thing is like our community is not well educated. Like, they are, like, I'm not saying according to the study wise though. I'm saying like according to like the community stuff, and about the stuff like what's currently going on like in the Punjab election, stuff like that. Or like they only care about the money and then a bottle of liquor though. Once they have that, they are going to do whatever we tell them. That's my main focus is right now. Like, I'm working over here too, like with a different community to spread what we are like, and then trying my best to talk to my friend circle, spreading the words like how we can come together and work as a one single, like, it doesn't matter, like, but like we should be like, because that's what I feel too. Like, uh, if anything happened in our community, we never come together as one person. If anything happened in a different community, they always come together. But that's what I'm trying my best to work on right now, to bring everyone. Like, I know it's going to be hard, and I have to hear a lot of things, but I'm trying my best to work on this one.
No, I was in California on the Nagar Kirtan 4 or 5 years back that time, and we talked to all the communities there, all the different groups, like a Sikh of humanity group. And somebody said, "Hey, they don't like us that way." I was like, "Hey, who are they? They are our friends." So then I found out he's my best friend over there. And it's like then things change. Then they believe on us, each other. We believe on each other, and that way, hey, your motto is Seva, my motto is Seva. Why not work together? He said, "Oh, okay, what we can do on the project this one." So I went and talked to all the 14 Gurdwaras community over there. And, even there was a challenge. Somebody tell, "Hey, why we should help the people in Puerto Rico? They drink beer on the beach." I said, "What you do on the beach? What we do once we go." So if they live on the beach, they let them have it. But that time is a need. They need help because we are like a Guru Sikh and we don't want to do that way. I said, "No, it's not that. It's they live over there. If they drink beer, that's their thing. But we do the right thing. What is as a humanitarian things needed." So these kind of challenges we face, sometimes, but we have to be prepared, and that all the intelligence of each other as a team leadership comes together.
Thank you so much, Paji. Is there any other questions? Anybody else has any here? I believe Wanda logged out for a second, right? I don't see her here. Wanda?
Christina, you want to share something? I've not talked to her before, but only on the text message, I think. Christina.
Hello, Director Cam. Um, I was actually during the conversation, I there were sharings with my team from Manila team, and I just want to relay also what they are saying, and that they're very inspired by what they're hearing, the Siva, and especially hearing Sir Hardale sing. It's very inspiring to continue working in this environment. And then I remembered, I think, a couple of years back, our former, I think, chief of staff, he was saying that one thing that the organization, the staff, the people in this organization should realize is that what we have is really something very unique. Not all organizations have everything that we have. You do humanitarian work, you do legal work, you do almost everything. We do it. And I think we inside the organization, we have to realize that also. And I think, sir, it's very important that listening to you now, what we've heard from you, it's really very inspiring to continue what we're doing. And I think that's one of the reason that I love what I do here. It's because it's the passion to help other people, and that's where you found your purpose. And you don't find it hard because you're able to help others. And I think with everything, whether it be with legal, whether it be with media, the fact that you're able to reach out to other people, I think that's very important. And I really thank everyone in United Six. And thank you, sir, for sharing this. And I think I was able to relay the how inspired our team is because of what they've heard today with you all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you for sharing that.
And I think that's earlier on. I would like to ask, how can we have a team of volunteers from Manila and share the message that United Six is sharing? It's currently we do have an organization also, and it's very important that we'll be able to impart to them the learnings that we have here. I think Bupinder is currently in a call with
Yeah.
someone, and I think if Anunet is here and we have Suryadi, you have questions for Sir Cam?
Yeah, go ahead if anybody has any questions.
Yes, please.
And Christina, I tell you that Mr. Gurpreet is over there, who is also from Philippines, and I think his two sons are pilot over there in the airlines.
Yes,
And
sir.
he has been doing a lot of work. I talked to him a few times, and I was planning to go, but I could not go there. And he has been doing amazing work over there. All the helping out. You guys are means it was a hard situation over there to see, especially in the southern
Yeah.
part.
Yes, sir.
Big,
Yes.
point. But I will say they're being handled strongly by the people of there. Means that they are very, very strong people over there to hire that kind of thing. Go through all this process.
What are you currently working on in Texas? Are you doing humanitarian efforts in Texas right now?
I don't do it and say like if it is a disaster planning, then we go for it. But means there is a group of boys and girls. They do on Tuesday. They go to the homeless area here in the Gurdwara. They prepare. So I go there just to support them and help them. And I just I go as a security guard for them. I tell you that frankly. They were like, "Hey, uncle, you can go." I said, "No, I will be here till you all leave from here." Because that area is a little tough to handle. And they get means they bring they are like the young girls and boys, and they bring the stuff themselves. And every Tuesday in the downtown area, and they go over there and distribute it. So I sometimes go and help them out. Plus. In the temple, I try to encourage the youngsters to go ahead, especially boys and girls, and they are like even other organizations are here. They're doing something on the culture part, all that. So we help them up that way. We actively so engage each other in the communications, and there is a group of girls. They were doing Gidda, all that, and I didn't go for anything there, but I went only to put to explain in the Gurdwara for their advertisement and all that stuff. So help them up that way. So it's just coming together, whatever possible to do the best every day. We try to do that.
Thank you so much.
Sorry for having to step away for a second because, things are always happening here. We were just having a gurdwara that was inquiring about the seva that we were doing in Punjab. And it's just amazing gurdwara partners that are able, the sangat that is able to support the work that we're doing. So, sometimes you got to take some calls, but I apologize for that. It seems that I see Representative Swazi's Teji Vance is here. Okay. Is Wanda back? Wanda, are you back? She's not back. Okay.
Hi.
Hi, Teji. So nice of you to join us. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're very welcome. I'm very happy that I could join.
Yeah, we're so super grateful. Teji is an amazing volunteer for United Six and has been with the organization for quite some time. And if it would be okay with you, please introduce yourself.
Sure. I want to say, first of all, thank you very much to you, sister, and everyone at United Six for all the great work that they do. I literally grew up with United Six when I was a a little kid still in elementary school, my dad would volunteer and I'd go with him. And after I graduated law school, I worked for a couple of years. I did some legal work and some seva. A lot of the work was with refugees from Afghanistan. I have a background in national security law with human rights. I went to Washington and Lee Law School for my undergrad. Prior to that, I went to Queens College where with Guru Sahib's Kirpa, we started a Sikh club. And after that, I went to Georgetown. And I've been working with Congressman Swazi for about, it's been, if I add prior experience, maybe about 3 years, give or take. I worked a little bit prior to the governor campaign and I did a clerkship in between. Some of the issue areas I handle are foreign affairs, a little bit of national security work. I handle just a small bit of healthcare, as well as the judiciary. So things that have to do with human rights or national security, I take care of those, as well as foreign affairs, including Asia. A lot of Sikh issues I handle. So I'll tell you a little bit about the congressman's record on Sikh issues, which I'm very thankful is very good. He's done, so he's on every single Sikh bill, whether it's a hate crime bill, whether it's the bill for the FedEx shooting, commemorating that shooting, or Gottheimer's reporting bill. He's on the transnational bill, as well as he became the first member of Congress to ever visit Kartarpur Sahib Gurdwara in Pakistan. And when he came back, he gave an amazing statement. And recently, he just did a letter to reopen the corridor, quoting his words. He called it a symbol of Sarab Sanji Wal Sadayan, or the fact that humankind is one family from Guru Granth Sahib. So his exact words in the press release were that it is nothing short of a miracle that two countries that don't cooperate were able to come together in respect for Guru Nanak Dev Ji. And then another thing the congressman has done is he did a statement in the congressional record honoring Mata Gujari Ji on her 400 years as one of the first women fighters for human rights who was jailed in the human rights struggle. So if you ever get a chance to read that. But and he also did a letter for beards and turbans in the military. So the congressman is very good on Sikh issues. He's going to try to stop in. He's in a meeting, but if he can get out before 4 o'clock, he's going to try to stop by. But thank you all for everything you do. I'm a fan of United Sikhs and their great work. And I was actually a graduate of this academy that you're all in.
Yes. Hi. Yes. Teju is one of many of our alums. As I said, I believe the 16th, someone said it was the 15th, but I believe it might be either the 15th or the 16th Sikh Summit. So we've had a lot of students come through. I just wanted to address something that Jessica Ran asked about forming a nonprofit organization. That is something that United Sikhs can help you do. If you have interest, I'm leaving my my telephone number on the chat. So that we can, you can reach out to me directly. That's my direct number. And I'm happy to chat with you about how you can do that. Where are you again, Jessica?
I'm in New York right now.
Okay. Okay, yes, absolutely. We can certainly help you. In fact, I think we have a little bit of experience doing that, right, Bhupinder? Just as a bit of background, and I love telling stories about the work that we do because, the real stories, the real life stories about folks. But just this like maybe a couple of months ago, we helped form, maybe not officially, but Freedom Drivers. Was it, Bhupinder? You want to tell us a little bit about that while we're waiting for the next speaker? How that came about and why?
Yeah, Freedom Drivers is basically all these affected drivers who wanted to kind of band their voices together and let their issue be known. And all of their stories that they wanted to share, everything that they experienced, they needed that platform in order to be able to communicate. And the good thing is that through that platform, we were able to have a lot of interviews. I'm not sure if you guys follow me on my social media, but I kind of was on CNN, guys. That was tiny little bit of a big deal for
Not
me.
only
It is
Bhupinder,
a
but
big deal. It
not
is a
only
big deal.
Bhupinder, but Bhupinder has been a very sort of the face of United Sikhs on the CDL issues over the course of the last almost year, and we're grateful to her for sort of taking that on. But just a little bit about the Freedom Drive. It's what again, helping community is we find ways, right? We find ways to help, and in that situation, what was happening was that the commercial drivers, right, were facing about just in California, about 20,000 commercial drivers were facing the loss of their license, which meant that the loss of their commercial license meant they were out of a job, meant that the truck, and some of them were self-employed. So, for example, they had trucks that they purchased on their own, cost them about anywhere from $200,000 to $300,000, and suddenly they were without a job because there was this change in regulations with the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration and the US DOT. And so Bhupinder had, United, through the helpline and other mechanisms that United Sikhs uses to sort of reach the community, including a sort of, we went down to California and to Fresno when all of this was beginning to happen, and we held a community event at a local restaurant where tens of people that were in need came down and they got legal advice and all that. Anyway, so moving forward from that, I mean, the problem just became worse and worse when when the DMVs, the Department of Motor Vehicles, were canceling all of these licenses across the nation. And so we've realized that without a voice, this group was not going to, and it couldn't be just United Sikhs. Without a voice of their own, they were not going to be able to tell their stories and sort of impress upon whether it's officials or the community or anyone what their problem is and why it matters, why they matter. And so we helped them create a group called Freedom Drivers, which then went forward and got on CNN and got media attention to the issues that they're facing and continue to face. So those are just some of the stories about some of the stories and some of the ways that United Sikhs is, as Cam would put it, not taking no for an answer. And yeah, if you have any questions about that, we're happy to answer them. Jessica, I put my number in the chat. Is it there? And feel free to reach out. Okay.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
And I want to recognize Ms. Ben's work. She explained about the making a bigger change especially in the international level and in the political world. That's more important, and means if that's an amazing talent. You're doing amazing work on that. And it's a good message of Sikhi that being given to the world in that way. Internationally.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that, and it's all because of volunteers and groups like you. And we have the encouragement of our elders and the leaders of our Qom. I did forget to mention, so I'm just waiting for the congressman to see if he could pop in. But in the meantime, Congressman Swazi is chair of the Pakistan caucus, co-chair of the vice chair of the Indian caucus, as well as a member of the Sikh caucus. So he represents a little bit of Queens, a lot of Nassau County, especially the North Shore area. So where we have, I believe if we count, there are a total of 6 major Gurdwara Sahibs in our district. So both Belrose Gurdwara Sahibs, the Glen Cove Gurdwara Sahib, the Plainview Gurdwara Sahib, the Hicksville Gurdwara Sahib, and then the Jericho Gurdwara Sahib are, and both Hicksville Gurdwara Sahibs. So 7 of the major Gurdwara Sahibs are in his district as well. So if any of you need anything, we have a great team here, and thank you very much. Hopefully he'll drop by soon.
Appreciate your teamwork and showing the giving the message of Sikhi to the world. That's on the bigger platform.
Oh, thank you very much. We
totally different talent than ours. So it's kind of teamwork. That's what I talk about. Teamwork. Different people have different talents, and they take it.
Definitely. And I would not be able to do anything if it wasn't for the community and groups like United Sikhs who are supporting Sikhs and just doing such great work. So thank you all.
Teji Penji, would you mind giving us a little insight on how you got into the position you are now?
Sure, of course. So I love telling this story. Thank you. I just see just kidding saying thank you, brother, for that comment. But when I was young and growing up, my family, they've, religiously, culturally, I'm from a Sikh background, but they weren't super religious at all. So when I got into the faith and I started studying Sikhism as well as other religions, I wanted to be more spiritual. I was about maybe 12 at the time. So I fell in love with the Sikh scriptures, the Sikh doctrine, and I ended up going to Gurdwara Sahib where I heard someone, and this is why parents should be very careful what goes on in our Gurdwara Sahib. I know you're all youth here, but sometimes the stages are used for wrong things. Today, the biggest threat is so there are people who encourage the use of intoxicants, marijuana. That time, the biggest threat were there were people pushing you away from education. So I remember hearing the Katha saying, the more someone gets educated, the further away they go from Sikhi. And I took that to heart because I was a teenager and I found an excuse not to study. So my parents took me to Gurdwara Fatehgarh Sahib, where I met a Gursikh there, the head Granthi there at the time. And he told me, no, the more you study, the more you can do for Sikhi. So I took the LSAT after shortly after that. I went to law school and I worked for United Sikhs where it was 2018 when I was a member of the academy. So I remember visiting congressional offices saying, "Oh wow, I like this work." And then I was still in law school. So once I finished law school, I had an opportunity to intern. And there's so many good internships. You guys can, a lot of you are constituents. You can always reach out to my office and I can, we have campaign interns as well as interns in the both government offices. So in the New York offices as well as here. I encourage everyone who wants to go this way, intern, be a fellow. A CPAC, the Congressional Asian and Pacific Islander Caucus, also has great fellowships. And if you're not our constituent, I can also, if you email me, I'll share my email. I can help connect you with who your congressman is. But once I interned after that, so after the academy, I got an internship here. I loved it so much that I ended up applying and thankfully I got the job. But a lot of it, my identity as a Sikh is very much related to everything I do every day. And I'll show you over here. I have a photo. Does anyone recognize what this photo is or no? So this photo is the wall of Sarhand, or a wall represents,
Yeah.
and it has the words of the Sahibzades. So when the Sahibzade were being shaheeded and burnt alive, they were told what's going to happen. We're going to execute you, and then Sikhi's going to die. And they said, no, the Sikhs that come after us, they'll rise to power, they'll get involved, and they'll not only will they rise to power, but they'll fight against cruelty. So I keep that here as a mission. So Sikhi should be your superpower. Use it for public service. But a lot of when I was thinking about where I want to work, it was Mr. Swazi's record on Sikh issues that led me here and made me want to join this office. Even before I came, he had done some statements in the record for Guru Nanak Dev Ji. He's also big on human rights, Uyghur issues. So all that inspired me to come here.
Thank you. Thank
You're
you for
welcome.
explaining that. And you have a good knowledge on the Sikhi. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I
Knowledge is
appreciate
the
that.
power. That's why I tell people knowledge is the power. And as she said, participate in the other things also. So means I never thought of these things, but recently I have been thinking that okay, hey, we are trying to tell other people to empower to do the right thing, whereas we should, especially the young age people should come up to, because we were running for, to have this little successful life, but you guys have little some option in the lives and going for leadership roles and going for even, recently, Upender, I want to tell that, the HOA, you saw this, Upender, HOA, I applied for this, okay, I'm going to fight election for the directors, and do the right thing. So I have a lot of support from. I am sure it will be go through, but it's one stage is already gone through, so it will be second stage. So this to give a message to the right way. Once you are doing the right thing and you you have little we avoid ke sanu ki lena, like that. What we have to do with that one. But it's a message that goes long way. So if you guys can think about progressing on that, it's the next step for the message of Sikhi to pass on, in a good way. If you do a very good work, you get recognition in that way, and it goes to the Sikhi message.
Yeah. I agree with that wholeheartedly. The best thing you can do at your age to the youth if you care about religion, even more so than anything else, is study. Get to a place where you can make the world better and share your identity, because we've seen the identity attacked now more so than ever. There are bots on the internet. There's a rise in anti-Sikh hate as well as anti-South Asian hate on other levels. And we're not getting our stories out. And you all saw this with, for example, the case of the different truck drivers that the White House is showing to demonize immigrants. So you've seen all that. You have to get your story out.
Yeah, Manmeet Singh put a very nice comment, is what we need to do is teach ourselves and everyone around us about Begumpura, which is a city of no sorrow. And every Sikh on a daily basis should work on achieving Begumpura in your home and in the community you reside in. Yeah, thank you so much for that. I agree. Oh, wonderful. Okay, let me make him a panelist. All right, he will rejoin as a panelist. There you go. Wanda, will you please introduce Representative Swazi?
I think I'm happy to. Hi, good afternoon, Congress Member Tom Swazi. Thank you so much for joining United Sikhs and this summit, our 16th annual summit. We welcome you. We thank you so much for coming on board and speaking to our students and our community about the issue on civil rights issues and human rights issues. I would read your bio, but I think it's very important for our speakers to speak about themselves first and tell us where you have been and your experiences. Thank you for joining.
Thank you. So thanks very much, everybody. Sat Sri Akal, Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Thank you so much. I want to thank everybody for the good work that you're doing to promote the Sikhs. I've been involved with the Sikh community for decades. I was the young mayor of the city of Glen Cove back in the 1990s, where we opened a Gurdwara in my hometown of Glen Cove when I was the mayor. And I promoted the first political appointee of a turban-wearing Sikh in 2002, which was right after 9/11. So it was a kind of a big deal back then. And I've seen the Sikhs achieve great success here in the United States of America and play such an important role in building our communities, not only on Long Island, where I'm from, in New York, but throughout the country. And I'm a first-generation American. My father was born in Italy and lived a great American success story despite a lot of discrimination, if you can imagine, for Italians back in the 1940s. He actually first kid in the neighborhood to go to college, and then fought in World War II as a navigator on a B-24, and came back and went to Harvard Law School on the GI Bill in the 1940s. Unheard of for an Italian immigrant to go to Harvard Law School in the 1940s. But he couldn't get a job at a law firm because nobody liked the Italians, because the Italians had teamed up with the Germans in World War II. And between that and the mafia, nobody wanted to hire him. So he started his own law firm with another Italian guy in his hometown of Glen Cove, our hometown of Glen Cove. And he ended up running for city court judge, and at 28 years old became the youngest judge in the history of New York State. And I see my family story in all the Sikh stories as well. It's the exact same story. And right now, after a lull of actually good feeling for more than a decade, we're seeing discrimination against the Sikhs again, especially for turban-wearing Sikhs. And so I want you to know that I stand with you, and I'll work with you any way that I can. And I've got Tej on my team, who's a superstar, who does a fantastic job. She did a video once for one of our holidays. She had over 2 million views on that for one of her.
It was ours first, Congress member.
What's that?
I have to say, she was ours first.
She was yours first with the United Sikhs, right? But now she's mine. Can't have her back. So anything I can do to help you, I'll do. But I apologize. I can't stay for this meeting. I just had a press conference before this, and now I have to go to another meeting. So Tej will ably represent me as she always does.
Thank you.
So if that's okay, I'm gonna have to go to my next thing.
Thank you so much for joining us, Representative. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, everybody. Have a great day.
Thank you for explaining that, the Sikhs have same identity issues what you have faced. So, we thank you for recognizing that.
Yep, that's happened throughout American history. So the Dutch were the first ones to come here, and then the Dutch discriminated against the English. And then the Dutch and the English discriminated against the Germans and the Irish. And then the Dutch and the English and the Germans and the Irish discriminated against the Italians and the Jews. And then the Dutch and the English and the German and the Irish and the Italians and the Jews discriminated against the Latinos. And now the Muslims and the Sikhs and other people are kind of in the barrel. So we just have to keep on fighting against our narcissism of idiosyncratic differences and keep on fighting back to try and live up to the dream of America that all men and women are, the dream of Sikhs also, that all men and women are created equal, and that we have to work together to try and create a more perfect union. But if we just stick with our values and keep on working hard, we'll get there. It's just a matter of having faith in each other and believe in some basic values, like the values of the United States of America and Sikhism, very good values as well. All right, thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you. Shukriya. Dhanyavad.
Wow, what a breath of fresh air. So inspiring to hear our representatives not only say Fateh exactly the way that it's supposed to be pronounced. I've never heard that before. Mad props to you, Teji Penji. I know you had a big deal in that.
I'm sure she
No.
passed on the knowledge for it,
Yeah.
The knowledge is the power, I would say.
No, to be fair, as much as I want to take credit, he himself is incredible. Like, he's from the heart. I remember, I can tell you guys a story. The very first time I went to Gurdwara Sahib with him, he asked me where Sikhism started, and I told him the story of Guru Nanak Dev Ji's Janju. He memorized that story and was so touched by it. And he like I'll just say this much, and not as his employee, but as a Sikh, as a human being, we're very lucky to have him as our representative because he pushes for us from behind the scenes, and sometimes he has to hear a lot because he's a moderate member, but I don't think there's any member of Congress who does more for our community than, and I'm not because I work for him. I know you have to take that with a grain of salt, but if you looked at his record, the credit goes to him.
We have some Congress members joining us, including Congress member Logren, who has been part of our Sikh community and Sikh Summit for many, many years, even from the very beginning. So, but we appreciate that. But I want to say something about Teji that y'all probably don't know. And Teji, if you could tell us a little bit about, you write, in addition to doing your work as a legislative aide, you do a lot of work writing about Sikhism. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Oh, sure. Thank you,
As a way
Auntie.
of, yeah.
By the way, I call her Wanda Auntie because she's like my dad's best friend. My dad loves her. So
I've known Teji from she was a little baby, so
yeah, from before I can remember. And she's lovely. My dad's crazy about her. But yeah, so I love writing. I'm working on a translation of Guru Granth Sahib Ji, and the congressman actually has this book in his office, but I did an English translation of The Journey of Shahadat, which if anyone likes, I can send you a copy. It's a translation of the Katha of the Sahibzade Shahidi by Harpal Singh. So that's one of my passions. And I liked what Banji Pupinder said about Begumpura. The last chapter of that book is about Halimi Raj, which is the same thing, the kingdom of compassion. And Sangeeta Gupta, yes, please. Yes, let me give you all my email. I can send you a paper version or e-version as well. But that could be like your one of your AHA souvenirs. So that's my email address if anyone needs anything. But Yeah, there's a chapter that talks about Halimi Raj, so I agree with that. Wherever you are, whether you're a student, whether you're a doctor, a teacher, our mission is always going to be to bring Halimi Raj or make this world more compassionate. And that's a mission right from Guru Granth Sahib Ji. So I'm always shocked when I see our youth saying we're depressed, we don't know what we're living for, when we are so blessed that Gurbani tells us what we're living for. So that's um that's something I love that Banji said. But I do have to log off. I have a 4 p.m., but you guys are doing great. You're in good hands. Support United Sikhs. I've dealt with a lot of different Sikh groups. Everyone's doing their things, but I've seen unparalleled level of sincerity in United Sikhs, and Wanda Auntie is just amazing. I've seen the work she does for our community. So you guys are very lucky to be part of this conference, and tell your friends, and I only want to see it grow. Back in my day, there were less, and I love seeing the huge number now. So thank you all. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Thank you, Teji. Thank you very much. And I want to say one other thing before you go, Teji, and that is that Teji has offered that anyone, can I offer? Anyone who comes to the...
Yes, please. Yeah. I'm sorry I didn't say that, but please go on. Yeah.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. You can go ahead.
Okay, and then you can offer it on my behalf after, but you reminded me, that's great. If you're ever in DC or if you want to make a trip, I would love to give you all a tour of the capital. And if you want to bring your elders in the family, I can give it in Punjabi as well and show you. I have a photo here, but how many of you guys know who Dalip Singh Sond is? Quickly, show of hands. Anyone here who know who Dalip Singh Sond is? Okay, we got one hand. So excellent, Amrit Singh. So Dalip Singh Sond was the very first Asian congressman at a time of great racism, and he actually came from a Sikh background. So that's very amazing, but we don't know our own history. And his photo is hanging in the Capitol building, and there's a khanda on that photo. So it's something to be very proud of. And I usually, when I give the tour, I add that photo in so I can show you that portrait as well. That's something a lot of Sikhs like to see. So we have tours if anyone's ever in DC, or if you want to make a trip, or even if you want to work with United Sikhs and bring a bunch of people down here from United Sikhs, we can arrange that as well. But our office is very happy to serve all of you. We're happy to have United Sikhs in our district. And one more thing I forgot, the congressman actually did a video in 2022 thanking United Sikhs for their work. I don't know if you remember.
Oh, can you share that with us? I mean, I haven't seen it. Was it recent? Yes.
It was
I'd love to share that,
2022.
Bhupinder, and if we could put it out on our social media, that would be amazing.
Yeah, I think you may have put it in the past, but let me dig that up and get it to you.
Thank you. Teji, I know you're busy, but can you also talk just 2 seconds about the Sacred Act and what that meant?
Yes. Sorry, there's so much to talk about. Yeah. Thank you all for endorsing the Sacred Act. So that's actually not my bill. It's one of my colleagues' bills, but I can give you a little bit of a summary. The Sacred Act is very good for Sikhs because we've had incidences where as a hate act, people will do Bedvi of Guru Granth Sahib Ji, as well as not only are Sikhs facing this, but Jewish people are facing this. Christians are facing this. There's been a lot of vandalism, a lot of protests. So this bill is endorsed by Sikhs, by Hindus, by Christians, by members of the Jewish community, where it makes it illegal to commit. So there was a similar bill on a city level, but that bill was very restrictive. It put useless restrictions on free speech. But the Sacred Act doesn't restrict free speech, but it actually sticks to actions. So actions would be like trying to attack a Sikh at a Gurdwara, trying to graffiti a Gurdwara Sahib, or trying to attack Guru Granth Sahib Ji or things like that. And this bill makes it a civil violation to do so and makes it illegal.
So one of the ways that United Sikhs is sort of, we find partnerships with other organizations, and in this case with Teji and Congressman Shozi's office, is that, Teji reached out to us and said, hey, my office is going to sponsor this Sacred Act bill. Would your organization mind sort of supporting us and supporting us? And we were absolutely very happy to do that because it aligns with United Sikhs mission. So just, over time, over the course of the next week, I'm going to keep pointing out, the sort of work that, the different work and the different kinds of work that goes into advocacy and all of that, so that you are informed about, the ways that you can, volunteer, the ways that you can find careers in this work, meaningful careers in this work.
No,
Thank
definitely.
you so much, Teji.
You're welcome. We're thankful to United Six and all you do, and we're always here for you. So anytime anyone needs anything, contact our office, and I would love to see you all come to DC as well in person one day.
Teji.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to just log off.
That
Thank
bill is
you.
a lot of meaning to all the communities, especially for the religion protection of the Sikh Guru Granth Sahib,
Thank you very much.
Okay, I just want to take this opportunity to let you guys know that there have been some sort of adjustments to the agenda. I thought, I think Teji, we have Teji and Congressman Swazi sometime later this week. I think it was, I don't have it in front of me, but anyway, there have been some changes. We will continue to send over the amended agenda, so you know who's speaking at any given point. Is Jaspreet on the call, Bripinder?
No, I sent her a text message and a call. She didn't respond.
Send her something. I'll just talk a little bit about Jaspreet while she joins. Let me just see that. Did you copy me at all?
No, I just I'm getting a call from FEMA. Just be right back, guys. Yeah, regular call from FEMA, no big deal.
All right, so our next speaker, to speak a little bit about Jaspreet Kaur is it was a staff attorney here at United Sikhs for some time, and she is a guru in immigration law, and she will be joining us to talk about some of the updates on immigration law and what's happening with ICE and what's happening with our communities around the issues with ICE, and particularly how the courts have looked at some of the issues that have become before them, including issues like if you one of the things that has been happening in the last, let's say, in the last year that we're seeing is that, as you all know, ICE has been sort of detaining people all across the country. And recently, the administration is interpreting a particular policy which talks about whether or not you have the right, you as a person who has been detained by ICE, have the right to a hearing. Those cases generally, under immigration law, if you are a person that was found near the border and you were detained near the border, you typically did not get a hearing. You were detained and then deported thereafter. This administration has taken a different meaning or a different definition or a different interpretation of that rule, and has said that if you could be here 20 years and if you do not have legal some kind of legal standing to be in the country, then you are not entitled to a hearing, and you are considered a recent or almost a recent arrival, even though you've been here 20 years. And those are the types of cases that Jaspreet is going to talk to us about. I'm hoping she's very busy, as you might know from an attorney who is in private practice. So hopefully she'll join us soon. I think you guys have been on this call for a long time, so maybe taking a 10-minute coffee break might help us sort of keep focus. What do we think? Yeah. Okay. So let's come back at about, let's say 4:15. Sound good? All right. I'll see you then. I did reach out to our next panelist, who is Jaspreet Kaur, who is an immigration attorney, as I noted before we went on break. She is in court right now and got stuck. And so she said she'd try and join us by 4:30. So hopefully she'll join us by 4:30. I guess I can we can fill in the space. Bhupinder, do you know any
Yeah,
ideas?
actually, Inderjeet is here. Inderjeet, are you able to speak?
Just 1 second, please.
Okay.
Right. Just keep in mind that the agenda is packed full of Inderjeet is Thursday. And we're going to move. Are we moving Inderjeet to community programs to today? Is that what we're
Actually,
doing?
no,
And
actually, if Jaspreet will be here in about 15 minutes or so, I think this would be a good opportunity for us, all of us here, to kind of give her an introduction since we kind of skipped over that part earlier this afternoon. We'll just go down the line. I would love to hear, tell us your name, where you're from, what you're studying, what kind of work you're doing, what you want to do. Just take like 2 minutes each. I think it would be a good introduction. And if you guys want, please share your email and your phone numbers in the chat if you haven't done it in the WhatsApp group already. Again, this is a great place for all of you guys to be able to network with one another. Just please take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Just wanted to say, I'm sorry, just give me a second. I just wanted to say also, if you can in the chat group at some point put in some kind of something that you've learned from this experience here over the course of the week. Just drop something in the chat box about what inspired you to come to this summit and what you learned and how we've met your expectations or not. Feedback, in other words. And we want this information because we will put out we're going to put out our annual report. And what we do is we showcase our students and their opinions and their impressions. Okay, so we appreciate that.
Yeah, put it in the WhatsApp group, please. It would be much easier for us to be able to keep track of that. Thank you. Continue, Jessica and Angie. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Jaskaran Singh, and I completed my associate degree in criminal justice from Queensborough Community College. And right now, I'm currently active in the community work too. And as I said before, like I'm always there to support United Sikh. And I know, like whenever I have any problem, or if I have anyone like in my known who have a problems, either it's legally or whatever, I either reach out to Pupinder Singh's sister and my brother Inderjeet Singh from New York. And I have personally seen this thing, which I can say like 110%. I know like most of you guys say the same thing too, that like the United States is not only for the words, they are actually there for everyone. Doesn't matter what race are you from, what color are you from. But once they commit the stuff that they are going to help you, they do that stuff. They don't put you on the weight, they don't put you on the hole or stuff like that. If they say like we are going to help you with this, they do that. And with this, I'm going to just add up the last thing is like, as we have another speaker from Tom Swazi's office, and I have a personal experience with them too. Like they are really like I can say that openly that like he's one person who is sporting like really sporting and pushing the Sikh community to like really in a good way though. Like I have a personal experience with his office too, like because whenever I need any help from them, my Tajin, their sister, she's always there to help me, like just a text away from me. Like I can say like all for this, like for Pupinder's sister, Inderjeet Singh brother, and then for Tej sister, like they all are like a text away from me. Like whenever I give them the text, they are always there like to help me. But once again, thank you, and thank you for arranging this type of events, and yeah, always there to support, as I always say that for the United States always.
Thank you so much, Jaskaran. Sunny, will you please take it?
Yes, of course. My name is Suneha Romana. I'm currently an incoming junior at Chino High School. So I live in California. And it's my first year being affiliated with United Six. And like it all started like my teacher has a friend and her name is Miss Nikki, and then I texted her like, hey, I'm not doing anything this summer, and she like presented this amazing opportunity, and like it's crazy to see that it just all started from like one like shot in the dark text. And I'm so grateful to be here, and I can't wait for my United Six journey to continue to grow and expand. And I'm so grateful that I'm with such an amazing group of people, and yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Simran, please continue.
Hello, everyone. My name is Simran. I'm going into my third year of university. My first introduction with United Sikhs was at the Gurukar, and I remember being very, very young. And I don't know what I talked to, but all I remember is I had a shirt that I got from them, and I wore that shirt probably from when I was 8 until my mom, yes, that one. And at the back, it had the United Sikhs, and I would like read all like the like I didn't know I would, yes, I would like read that all the time. And I never knew that I would like get to be involved. Like there was a lot of disconnect when I found the United Sikhs Instagram. Like it just popped up. I'm like, wow, this seems like very interesting. So it just all came from there. But yeah, like literally I have photos of myself from when I was like 8 years old all the way till I'm like 16, 17 wearing that
Okay,
shirt.
send them, please. Send them with your shirt on. I want to see it, please.
Okay.
I also, Prapinder, I think we also promised that we would, that everyone who is engaged in this summit would at some point receive a T-shirt from United States. So I will try and keep that promise. But follow up with us and yes. Oh, hoodies actually, not even T-shirts, hoodies.
A hoodie, you guys. Seriously?
Okay, all yours for attending the full summit. Thank you.
Okay, Georgina.
Hello, my name is Georgina, and I'm from Vancouver, Canada. And I've just completed my undergrad in criminology at Simon Fraser University. And this is my first Sikh Summit, and I'm super excited to listen and share insights during this summit. And I'm super passionate about human rights law. And I feel like how Sikhs have always like stood up against injustices and just the teachings and values of Sikhi has just always inspired me to go into law and help our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Amrik Singh.
Hanji, Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. My name is Amrik Singh from Dallas, Texas. I'm an upcoming freshman at UT Austin, studying government, and I just in the future I want to get involved in law, want to be a lawyer, and one of my biggest passions is advocating for human rights, whether that be for Sikh people or other marginalized communities around the world. So I guess my main focus is I want to go somewhere where I feel like I have a voice, and not only that, but where I can protect the voices of others who may be, downtrodden or disenfranchised.
Thank you so much. Kuljit Benji, please.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. My name is Kuljeet, and I'm a third year law student here in Southern California. And I joined the summit because I thought it was a really great opportunity. The first I've like seen it in so long to just engage directly with, federal agencies or policymakers and Congress members. So I thought that was just a great opportunity to gain some experience and insight into like different areas of advocacy, especially since I'm very interested in civil rights and social justice. That's the path that I want to go towards, and hopefully I can have that future with United Sikhs.
You definitely can. Definitely can.
Thank
You're
you
a
so
keeper.
much. Sariadi, please.
Hi everyone, I'm Siradi. I'm interning this year with United Sikhs. I'm from New Mexico, but originally I was raised in Amritsar at an international boarding school, and there I was taught about Sikhi, and it has since then become a central part of my life and has informed my decision to follow a career in civil rights and immigration law, and I'm so grateful to be working for United States and hopefully continue my work with them.
Thank you. Manmeet Singh, please introduce yourself again.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. I'm not as young as some of the other members here. I am from Regina, Saskatchewan. I'm myself an immigrant. I moved to Canada in 2010 as a 22-year-old young person trying to find that dream, and then moved to Regina in 2012, and I haven't looked back. I got involved in the Gurdwara Sahib, becoming a part of the executive committee, and then become an MC of Nagar Kirtan about 4 or 5 years ago now, and have steadily grown into having to be the voice of the community if and when needed. And the reason I wanted to join this is I'm always on the lookout to learn more from what's happening around North America at the forefront. I've been involved with Balpreet Singh in WSO. If and when needed, I've reached out to him. I'm also one of the active community members as I serve as one of the civilian board members on the Board of Police Commissioners with my local police. I'm also on the board of my union, which is 20,000 strong, and have represented at the national level for them and have been fortunate enough to attend the parliament in Ottawa. So trying to grow and add more if wherever I can.
Thank you so much, Vijay, for being with us. Really appreciate it. Bipin Preet Kaur, please.
Hi everyone, I'm Vipin. I'm from Easton, Pennsylvania. I'm an incoming law student at Temple in Philadelphia. I did my undergrad honors thesis in human rights, which like solidified why I wanted to go to law school. And because we have so many speakers that are specialized in human rights, I really wanted to attend this summit. Plus, 2 years ago, I had such an incredible experience, and I've loved everyone I've met in United Six ever since. So when I found the opportunity to come back and be a part of the program again, I definitely jumped at that opportunity.
Yay, we're so glad to have you. Thank you so much. Simerji, please introduce yourself. And if you can, turn your camera on. We'd love to see you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, how are you guys?
Hi, great.
I just wanted to join. I mainly wanted to join as like a panelist, just to connect with other like Sikhs and people in our community because, well, one, I recently just graduated not too long ago from George Washington University in DC with a political science degree, and then the thought of joining as like pre-law was circling around my head for a while, and then my previous job employer was like, he was an attorney, and he was like, why are you not applying to law school? Why are you not trying? And so after a few back and forth, he was like, go out and explore, connect with people, and start seeing what you can do, right? And he saw that I was really passionate, especially in the humanitarian aid and in Sikhi. And so that's basically what I've been trying to doing. So I moved back to Chicago recently. I've been trying to see what, the community where I live nearby is very, not a lot of Sikh people over nearby, but I feel like in general, like there's so much out there. And just by being here today, just on United Sikhs, like it gives me such a big opportunity to just explore it, see, what we can do. And it really gives me hope. And that's what just is exciting about being here.
Thank you so much. We're so happy to have you.
I want to jump in. Hi, Simmer.
Hi, Bipin.
Me and Simmer are friends.
Okay. Hi, friend. Nice. Okay, we have a Zorro. Can you please tell us your name? And if you can, we'd love to see you. Introduce yourself, please.
Hello, guys. I'm Zoraver Gill. I'm a rising junior in high school. I'm in New York, Long Island. I'm on my laptop. It's pretty old. I don't know why my camera's not working right now or something, but whatever. I can still introduce myself. So as I said, I'm a rising junior. I joined Sikh Summit about 3 years ago, and I've been a part of every one of the summits ever since, every year. And it's just an incredible opportunity to connect with this community and make ourselves well known to the world. This humanitarian work we're doing, law work, making ourselves well known, and just uprising ourselves and other people for the community. It's just a wonderful opportunity that I've had to connect with all these people throughout the years, and I just want to keep doing it and get involved. So I love being here.
Thank you. We love having you. Thank you so much for coming back. We really appreciate it. Gabiaji, would you unmute and introduce yourself, please? Let's see. Gabiaji? That is okay. I would like to introduce Jaspal Benji, please. Oh, unmute yourself, please.
Oh, okay, let's try it again. Vaiguru Ji
Okay.
Ka Khalsa, Vaiguru Ji Ki Fateh. I'm Jaspal Kaur. I'm from Los Angeles, California. Um, I think we're saying why we joined the summit. Is
We're
that what
saying
we're saying?
we want engagement. Say whatever you want to say.
Okay, so I'll tell you how I joined United Six, and that's because Bhupinder and I have been sort of friends since childhood, and we recently connected again a couple of years ago, and she is deep into all of this amazing, seva and efforts. And so that's basically what we talked about every day. And she sucked me in. And so now I'm here as a philanthropy officer, happy to contribute where I can in my skill set. I came from a career in healthcare administration, health IT for about 18 years at one location and a bunch of stuff. So I'm here to apply my skills with project management, the power of persuasion, and wherever else I can contribute. And being Sikh, we hear the call of Sikhi deep from within, and so it's huge to be able to be here and apply it in so many different ways across, just Hatti Seva policy, working with the legal team, doing whatever we can to advance the cause.
Thank you so much. And
Thank you.
she's my executive brain cell. I've nominated her.
That I am.
Thank
I
you.
think Indrajit hasn't had an opportunity to introduce
Yeah,
himself.
we're on our way. Indrajit, are you ready now? Is your minute back?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Hi everyone. Vaiguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaiguru Ji Ki Fateh. My name is Indrajit Singh, and I started working with United Six back in 2020. After I graduated from college. I'm from New York City, and I'm currently a second-year law student myself. And I also work as the community relations officer for United Six in New York City. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Christina, please.
Hello, everyone. Again, I'm Christina Jimenez. I am based in the Philippines. And prior to working with the United Six, I have worked for several years with the National Human Rights Institute of the Philippines. And I think that's my background. So that's why I apply in United. That's why the learnings that I apply in United Six, and I help lead the media team and with the legal team. Yes, Bhupinder?
Yes, thank you so much. Ananith, please.
Hello everyone, I'm Anunit Kaur from New York. I'm a dentist back from India. I started working with United Six like from past 6 months. I'm working with the media team, with the legal team, and I'm working as a project analyst right now. Thank you everyone. And welcome to the Sikh Summit.
Yes. Thank you.
Just a bunch of amazing folks joining. So great to see. I just have an update about our 4 o'clock. I don't think she's going to make it out of court in time. She said she would meet with us at 4:30, but it doesn't look like she's able to respond. So I guess Bhupinder, what? Does anyone have any ideas? Just Paul. I know that. We can talk about some of the cases that we have just in general so that you get a sense about the type of work, the types of legal cases that United Sikhs takes on. But I'll leave it entirely up to you about how to use maybe the next few minutes, the next 15 minutes, I guess.
I think this is actually we're at quite a high point right now, and maybe it would be great for us to call it a day. And we can all reconvene tomorrow. And what time are we starting tomorrow? Sorry, I don't have the agenda in front of me right this second.
So tomorrow there have been changes. We have to sort of just send out the amended. Tomorrow we start at 11 a.m. with Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren, followed by FEMA, and then Ravinder, our international director of Sikh Aid. And then we have Surviving Law School with Bipan and Pujit, our interns. And then we have a long day tomorrow, History of International Leaders and American Civil Rights Icons, followed by The Politics of Human Rights and Women and Children in the Ukraine Context by Professor Roma, and then we have the equal employment opportunity folks talking to us. So it's a full day tomorrow. If no one sort of cancels, but I don't expect any cancellations for tomorrow.
So
everybody have a very good night.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for joining United
before we,
Sikhs. I'm
sorry,
just going to
before
sign
we,
off. You can continue to talk, but I'm signing out. So I just want to say good night to everyone, and I'll see everyone tomorrow.
thank you
Have
so
a good
much,
night.
Wanda.
Thank you.
Good night,
Thank you.
Wanda.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good night.
So I wanted actually to challenge all of you guys. The previous years we have done a little bit of a giveaway or like a little competition. Some people have created, Bipin Preet has, Damandeep has last year did really amazing little behind the scenes videos. Oh, I see a t-shirt back there. Oh, the little one's wearing the t-shirt. Thank you so much, Arjun. I want to challenge all of you. If you guys would make some type of social media, if it's okay with you, again, totally up to you, on how the summit is going. You guys are more than welcome since, this is already being recorded. You guys are feel free to continue recording on your own. And I will share our previous videos of other students, what they've created. And we'll definitely share that on our social media platforms. And just give us what your thoughts are, and if you want, I would highly encourage you to share the registration link with your friends and family who have not already joined, and give them a little insight, on what you think, how is it's going, and what you're most excited about. I want to see all of your creative ideas, and I think this is an amazing opportunity, not only for you to put yourself out there, in your career wise, let people know what you're passionate about, is for other people to be able to see you and be like, oh, I mean, look at, Bipin Preet and Teji, we're there, and even Kuljit now, the visibility, and even Zorro, like, I wish we could see you, but hopefully you get that camera fixed for tomorrow. But I would love to see for you guys to come up with creative ways. I mean, now TikTok is everything, this is how we get that word across. And so thank you to everybody here once again. Maybe you guys can keep some snacks because it is going to be a really long day tomorrow. So if anybody has any other last thoughts, anybody else? No? Yes? No? Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. I think we had a really amazing day one at the 20. Oh, Simmer, you have your hand up. Sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to ask, is anyone in like the Chicagoland area from here at all? Like, I'm just curious because like connecting wise, I would like love to like meet up or something, but does anyone know anyone, or is anyone in the area at all?
So you're in Chicago? Where in Chicago are you? Like which?
Like more like down south. So like not as like close up to, I guess, like the exact Chicagoland area, but like 30 minutes out from like the general Chicago area.
Okay.
If anyone
Which Gurdwara? Palatine? By any chance?
Palatine, or we in either or, yeah, we'll mainly go to Palatine, yeah.
Oh, okay. I was just there a couple of weeks ago. We should have connected then, but okay. Well, we do have some people that, well, I'll put you in touch with them. That Gurdwara is amazing, by the way.
Yes.
You guys have amazing. I would love to talk about that particular Gurdwara, and the amount of inspiration I got from that one Gurdwara. I was mind blown. Would love to talk to you guys more about that later on. But as for night, I think we are great to go. Thank you so much for a wonderful day one. I had a really amazing time, and I hope you all did too. So thank you so much, and see you tomorrow. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa.
Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Thank you so much. This was amazing. Thank you.
Thanks.